Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Knowledge and Relationships. This is your boy M3. And so we have a topic tonight that will be hosted by, well, hopefully will be hosted by Lady E. But um she isn't here yet, so it is okay. So what we're going to be talking about tonight, okay, still is traditional versus modern marriage. Okay. And I'm gonna say my little part into it, and then when she does come, then I will definitely let her, rock the floor. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna play some music real quick so we get things started, get into the mood. You know what I mean? All right. Let me see what will be. Actually, this is usually my favorite anyway. All right. So hello everybody. Right. Thank you for tuning into Knowledge and Relationships. So look, let's go ahead and we're gonna get things started, right? So in my version, okay, and I kind of wrote some like some notes like for my own self. Um, so what I wrote down, right? Because like keep in mind, this is a topic that's inspired by Lady E, and hopefully like she'll be arriving soon. I know some people like they arrive pretty late, but that's understandable. We still hold it down, and we still got to promise you guys a certain set time. So don't want to disappoint y'all. Let me know if the microphone is good. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me well. And put a 2 if I'm super loud. All right. But in the meantime, let me go ahead and I'm going to give like the shout outs real quick. So shout outs to Gray Pill Podcast. Thank you for tuning in. And I forgot to get my stuff set up, but there we go. Shout out to you. We got Truth. All right, Truth is in the building. He says, "Whoa, the man amongst men here in the flesh. Top G, yo. Knowledge relationships, real salute. Salute to you, Truth. Thank you for tuning in." Okay. Nightbot is basically it's just like a bot, Truth. He basically just helps keep the stream running, Make sure you send you guys a reminder to subscribe, share the videos, pass around to your friends, and help us to get to a new milestone for 4,000 subscribers. We also have Hank in the building. Thank you for Hank for tuning in. And we also have Miss Nebraska as well, too. Thank you. All right. Who else we have here in the building? We also have Miss Polly. All right, Miss Polly, thank you for tuning in as well. All right, salutes to you. Okay. Let me see. All right. So look, so let me go ahead. I'm gonna get to my questions, and then chat. I want you guys to participate because this is definitely important. And Truth out here trying to whoop up some night butts, So let me go ahead and get my questions ready for you guys, okay? So here's the thing: when it comes to the traditional and modern, and we're not just talking about relationships. We're talking about like not just dating. We're talking about in marriage, okay? So how like marriage was from what we all heard like back in the 1960s or 50s or whatever, when our grandparents supposedly had a nice loving relationship. Like marriage back then was just so good that most of these people are inspired, right, to want to take modern relationships, rip them to shreds, and go back in time to get into the traditional way of living. Now, how often have we heard women, right, talk about they want a traditional man? Even the modern women want a traditional man. And the man also asks for a woman to have a traditional attitude. But then here's the caveat into this, right, where there's always a contradictory into it. So every time, okay, let's just say, for instance, we're going to go for the woman's side and we're going to go for the man's side. A modern woman wants a man to be traditional, but what are you willing to sacrifice? Because here's the thing. A lot of times I think people in the space be talking about tradition, Okay, but they don't really understand like the backstory, okay, of traditional relationships from back then. I don't think a lot of people do like a lot of research when it comes to living a traditional type of lifestyle. Remember, right? You have to understand that back in those times, there wasn't like a lot of equal opportunity as far as like with jobs, for instance, for both genders. Okay, and also too, I gotta before I even continue on, let me not forget. I had to ask you guys in the chat to please get the likes up. Okay, make sure you guys get the likes up, and for the ones who have not subscribed, subscribe to Knowledge Relationships. Okay, but the thing is, a lot of people are missing the point that look. Back then, okay, let's just say, like, you know, and this guy's is going back to manslaughter too. Remember, women back then was also oppressed too. They didn't really have rights, you know, as far as working and like, you know, went out there hard factory type of job. The ones that requires a lot of muscle and strength into it. Look like my Wi-Fi connection is a little choppy. So hold on for a second. I want to make sure we're good. Okay. So the thing is, when that stuff does happen, right? Okay. Sometimes, well, let me put it like this. I'm not going to speak as if I knew because I'm not from that time. But this will kind of give you a food for thought a little bit. Because the thing is, if you really think about it, women had to survive. So probably those women back then were smart enough to know how to play the role. Now, I'm not saying that a lot of them was miserable back then, but we want to make sure that, hey, we kind of get that understanding that, hey, a lot of times it wasn't always about sunshine and rainbows and the nuclear families. You know, if you have something that is over that person, and that person is still hypergamy, still, that person's going to choose the best way to survive. And if more men were working, you know what I mean, regardless of your educational level, as long as you brought money home into the table, you provided food, you provided clothing, you provided security, that was the expectation that they only wanted. You know, it wasn't nothing else that would kind of entice us to really try to go somewhere else, you know what I mean? We didn't have like a lot of technology. We didn't have like a lot of, well, they didn't have a lot of technology and a lot of fancy things back then. So this is where it gets to, I'm gonna start asking questions in the chat. So my first question is, how do traditional and modern marriages differ in terms of gender roles and responsibilities? Okay. I will put that in the chat, and I want you guys to feel free to answer this. Okay. Truth says, let me read some of the chats real quick. Okay. They want the facade of traditional and a God-fearing man. Okay. He also says, yes, now it's to another level. That is definitely true. Okay. Let me put this out here. I see myself, I'm getting fuzzy on the internet. I don't know what's going on, but it has not really been doing so good today. So, but anyways, how do traditional and modern marriages differ in terms of gender roles and responsibilities? While I get my internet act right in order, I'm gonna leave this up here for you guys to answer this. And then in the meantime, like I said again, make sure you guys and ladies too get the likes up. Make sure you share this on your social media to your friends and family. I would definitely appreciate this. Okay. So likewise again, okay, with the traditional and modern marriages, okay. Now, I think I kind of touched up a little bit, right? But like I said, well, in difference, right, from let's just say the traditional we're gonna go with the traditional man, traditional wife. Okay. Remember, like I said, like the traditional man, his role was already like making sure that he take care of his responsibilities and his duties, and make sure that the family has enough security so they don't have to worry about anything else going on outside. But okay, what was the traditional wife's world? Okay, the traditional mother. So, of course, we all should probably know this, right? The traditional woman was a woman of modesty. Okay, she had to play her role. She had to make sure, okay, that the household was in order. The only babysitter was pretty much the mother of the household. Okay, there was no. I mean, yeah, grandmas and all that stuff sometimes, right? But if you're not working, most of the time you're taking care of the kids. You make sure everything's good, and you're making sure when your husband comes home, like you're making sure that he's feeling welcome. Yeah, we could talk about servants, plate or whatever, but there was more to it. It's not just a woman just always feeding a man. It's a woman that is representing a man to his fullest. Truth says traditionally usually means men work, provide necessities into the household, and women care the household, husband, children through love, nurturing, and respect. I like that, Truth. And he's right. That was a point. That was a part that I did miss though, because you want to do it in an act of love and respect for your husband, okay, and respect for your family. That's where nuclear families start to develop, okay. So let me make sure I don't get off the point. All right, let me go with the second one, okay. There we go. About to pull this up. All right, the second question is for number 2. In traditional marriages, our spouse given the opportunity for individual choice. Think about it real quick, okay? I'll give you guys some time to type it in. Again, in number 2, in traditional marriages, our spouses given the opportunity for individual choice. Matter of fact, let me ask you guys this. Okay, like in your own thoughts, right? What is your thoughts? Okay, when someone's asking you, are you giving them an individual choice? It could be anything. It could be a choice to, heck, I don't know, go on girl trips. A choice to, what else? Hang out with, and it's probably unheard of back in those times, but a choice to hang out with male friends, whatever the case is. What you guys think about this? And shout out to the Miss Nebraska with the sunglasses, and I think the purple faces as well too. Unfortunately, StreamYard doesn't show like those type of emojis. I think that's like YouTube exclusive. Okay. All right. Well, look, I want to give you answer that I had to write down real quick. All right. So, in traditional marriages, spouses are not given, or were not given, the opportunity for individual choice as much as modern marriages. Traditional marriages often had strict societal expectations and norms that dictate specific roles and responsibilities for each partner, with little room for deviation from these expectations. So this means that spouses in traditional marriages may not have the freedom to pursue their own career aspirations and personal interests. Okay? They probably had other goals that they want to do, but because of those certain type of roles, they couldn't really do that. Thank you, dear. So sometimes, like, you know, a good and downplay. Well, I'll probably say for a downplay, like, you know, especially the way how the modern women will probably look at it. Thank you, dear. It's that there wasn't a lot of freedom in traditional marriages. And because there wasn't no freedom, that probably was the key component that led to resentment. Okay? Can anybody agree with that in the chat? Let me know. I got like a couple more questions I'm gonna pull up anyways though, but let me know what you guys think. And let's see. In the meantime, we are at number 3. Oh, I think we are at number 3. So there's a for others decision making. Hold on for a second. Okay. You say you agree? All right, cool. What's up, Mr. Best? How you doing?
What's going on, family? What's going on? You'll be up here as soon as possible. She, basically, time zone, interference, got the time zones mixed up, but you know how that is.
Hey, don't worry, man. It's all too good. Likewise, man, the show still have to go on, and I'm still holding down in the chat. So I had some questions that I kind of wrote up just in case, if anything happens. But I'm just giving people my version of traditional and modern marriages. Now, here's the thing, okay? As I say this again, none of us was really born in the era of the 70s. Well, some of us, the 70s, okay, the 60s, the 50s, or so forth. Okay, we wasn't born in our grandparents' era. We just heard about all the good things that happened, and then that was pretty much it. And I think because we heard all the positive things, sometimes we could kind of run off and we could kind of judge modern life today, and we could wish that, oh man, I wish that there was a time that they could have acted like our grandparents, with the modesty, the respect that they had. But at the same time, we don't know what they really went through. And so the last thing that I said in my question was that in traditional marriages were spouses, pretty much the women, they had a choice and opportunity for individual choice. And the only thing where my answer lies into is that due to the limitations as far as career opportunities and professional growth, because women didn't really have those type of opportunities like men had, they didn't really have much of a choice, which that's why some of them, not all of them, I feel like all of them still love the roles as far as being a traditional wife back in that era. But there was others that really had to play the part, okay? They really had no choice but to put up with the man, especially if he's going around cheating, messing around with other different women, having multiple babies by him. And she knew that, but she had no choice. But what you think, Mr. Best?
I think relationships, whether it's modern or traditional, it's all about what you want to put up with. That's always what a relationship is going to come down to. And even in your friendships, your relationship with your family members, because you can go through ups and downs. It's just a matter of what you're going to put up with and what boundaries and standards you're going to set. Because even if you take traditional marriages back in the day, yes, men and women handle things differently. But the thing is that some of that was based on the fact of they had to, because they didn't really have another choice. And we got to get out this myth that people that just men always just worked and women never worked. Both people had to work back in the days. Always, our people always had to work. So, you know what I mean? If you was a minority, and since the opportunities were scarce for us, everybody had to work. Everybody had to work. Shit, sometimes the kids may get a little side job. I mean, that's what it's always gonna be for us. It's not until now where we've been able to get really, really high paying careers, you know, into the last 20, 30 years possibly. Well, I'm kind of being nice, really. Maybe the last 10, 15 years, we started really getting these high paying careers and positions and CEO positions and all that. But before that, we wasn't getting none of that. You know what I'm saying? We were just, you know, and let me introduce our guest before I keep cooking, because I could cook all night. You already know that. Let me introduce Lady E. Let me bring her in the building. Hey, sis, what's going on? Here we go. Let me bring myself down. Boom, there you go. All right, so I'm gonna just say this, like, you know what I mean? Everybody, we always had to, you know, really do things on a financial level different from other people, because our people never really had anything. Until, like I said, the last 10, 15 years, now we're getting all these grandiose, you know, positions and ownership and businesses and all that. That wasn't happening really in the early 2000s or the 90s or the 80s, and definitely not the 70s. You know what I'm saying? Like, we was not having all these positions that we have now. Like, we just started getting that joint. So that's that. As far as and this is the one thing too, as far as relationships, like, we don't know what be going on in people's households back then or now. Now, I mean, people ain't gonna tell you what's really going on in their house. Like, here's the thing, and I'm gonna keep it G. When you're in a relationship with somebody, yes, you argue. Yes, somebody gonna do something stupid. Yes, people gonna, you know, there's things gonna go through as far as family members gonna get involved. People gonna pass away. You're gonna lose job opportunities. Life is just gonna hit you. Somebody gonna get sick, or somebody around y'all gonna get sick. Maybe one of your kids is acting a fool. Something gonna happen. Like, it's just life, all right? So there's this whole imaginary white picket fence theory that you ain't gonna never go through nothing and nothing ever gonna happen and you always gonna live happily ever after. That's really don't happen to really nobody. Unless you really have a certain amount of money, and even then you still are gonna go through certain things. Your camera was good, but now you good again. But yeah, man, like, this whole grandiose thing of just like nothing's ever gonna happen once you get married, that's false. And it don't matter where you live. I done lived in the nicest areas. I done lived in some of the most kind of sketchy areas, and life still happened to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, none of that matters. Like, life is still gonna happen. You're still gonna have to deal with something. That's just life. So, and then when you deal with that, remember, this is somebody that you ain't grow up with, right? This is somebody that you're married to that has a different core values than you. They grew up differently than you. They think differently than you. They may not even like the same things you like all the time. They may like different foods. You know what I mean? And you like, that food is disgusting. Get that out my face. Like, we are different, right? But then we also have similarities too, right? There's things that we do like. There's things we do love doing together. You know what I'm saying? So all those things are a factor. You know what I mean? And then you just gotta find a way to work through those things and create a good bond. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is, man. So I just gotta keep it G on that. I'm gonna let Lady E cook. I'm gonna just sit in the back, do some network stuff. I'm gonna still cook with y'all, but y'all know how it is. Let's get it.
All right, salute to you, Lady E. How you doing?
I'm fine, and yourself? How's everyone doing?
We're doing pretty good.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, besides the timing discrepancy, thank you for having me up here this evening, and thank you for everyone that has joined the chats. I kind of caught bits and pieces of what y'all kind of started up on, but I did somewhat add a little bit of a subtitle to the traditional versus modern marriage and called it evolutionships. The relationships have evolutionized. It's not the same. You know, we have, especially as people of color, we have come a long way. We've grown, and for some unknown reason, I think we're still kind of stuck in trying to keep how relationships were in the past. But how do we take some of the core values from the past and we bring it to the present? Because obviously you have to have some changes in order for it to work in today's day and age. So with that being said, we talk about we hear a lot of terms of the modern day Black woman, but there's also what I feel is the modern day Black man. We've all changed. And someone just mentioned about the job opportunities that we have today that we didn't have back then. So all of those things have changed. It's changed our attitude. It's changed the way that we think. It changes the way that we process information. Everything about us has changed. So I would like to ask the question of, what is your definition of the modern day Black man or woman?
The modern day Black man and woman, right? Okay.
Correct.
All right. Well, usually, I usually just talk about like just people in general, but let's just talk about like our people real quick. I think traditionally the modern Black man was a man that actually pretty much was a person that was already centered. I mean, yes, he was beat down by. I mean, look, Black man was always beaten down by society before we was born. But it's the way how they handled their stress. Like, and the way how they handled their masculinity and their household. No matter how bad you was beaten down by people from your job, by the people you feel that's oppressing you, like at home, you still made sure that your family comes first. You still have family values. So I think with the Black man had more value into his family as opposed to the modern day Black man. I think modern day Black men are actually hurting right now. And I feel like some of them just gave up, where most of them are looking out for themselves as opposed to, creating nuclear family homes. Matter of fact, let me give you one example. I'll make it short. Black men were all about marriage back in those times, okay? Whereas the modern men are more about like, save yourself, don't get married. You hear that a lot, today, like especially like in YouTube. Men are preaching of reasons why you should not get married, where men back in those times, marriage was beneficial. Now, traditional women, and I said this before earlier, make sure I don't forget, because I had it wrote down on my notes somewhere, but I remember traditional women, they actually they had a role, I think like in their role is to make sure that they uplift their men, like using their modesty and taking care of what's in the household, like as far as the children, wherever it's going down. It is making sure that you're being like a good, respectful, and loving wife. Whereas women in these times of age or whatever, some of them, no, most of them, are more focused into, I don't want to say hypergamy because I feel like that still exists even from back then, but I feel like they're more focused on social media. They're more focused on showing, like, being sexually liberated. So when modern women are more focused on being sexually liberated, it's because they think that's what the man really wants. Even most men are saying, they may like that, but they really want a woman who is modest or is traditional, like how they grew up around with their mothers and grandmothers. If that makes sense. Wasn't trying to make it long, but oh, it was perfect? Thank you. But you're muted.
Oh. Does Mr. Beth want to chime in on that one? Or does anybody want to come up and answer that question? I'm here just to get people's opinions. I'm not here to bash anyone. I'm just here, like, just making this forum for everyone to express themselves.
I'm frozen.
You're frozen?
I was, but I'm frozen. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Now.
Oh, you hear me now? Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, this is my stance on it, right? I think at the end of the day, like the modern men now and modern women now, like everybody is practicing individualism. So that's the biggest difference. So because we all are practicing individualism, that's what's making the dating scene what it is. And that's what's making people make choices that are about being individuals. It's no longer about building family. It's no longer about having a family or even doing things like that. So that's one. Also, I think, another difference is now there's no more shame. So there's no more people, shaming you for doing certain things. So if you're a promiscuous woman, nowadays it's celebrated. It's go queen, you can do whatever you want, and blah, 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 blah. Back then you couldn't be doing that. Back then you were shamed. You were called a whore. You were called different things. And you felt that on you, like that shame was something that was real. It was in your community. It was in amongst other people. You know what I'm saying? So you knew like not to behave in certain ways. So that's one factor. Another factor is also with men were shamed too. So, if you was a man, you wasn't taking care of your kids, excuse me, you were shamed. You know what I mean? And not only that, you was afraid because you knew that possibly, you're not taking care of them kids, that person's, cousins or brothers or whatever, they be looking for you, her uncles and all that, maybe her father, they be looking for you. So you were ashamed and you were afraid that somebody put hands on you for not taking care of your kids. But now, hell, a lot of these dudes ain't take care of the kids. So, or if they are, it's like, single parent homes and people paying child support. So it's a lot different now. It's way different than what it is back then. So shame was a big thing back then, but now it's not a part of it no more. So that's really the differences. But hold on, family. I'll be back. I got to reset this computer. I'll be back.
While I guess he's in the process of resetting. If anyone wants to join the chat, please click on the link. And also, please forgive me. This is the first time I'm hosting, so I'm very much nervous. Hey, Zia, please join the room. Hey, Queen.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. I tried to show up to the show yesterday, but M3 put the wrong date on there. I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm just messing with him. I gotta give him a hard time.
Well, we had a mix-up about the time. Well, there was a confusion of the time zone, so I thought we were actually starting for 9 o'clock Central Time, but it actually seemed to be 8 o'clock Central, so I was late to my own party.
It's all good. Make them hold it down. They held it down.
That's awesome. Did you want to answer the question?
I'm just checking in. So what's the question?
So the question is, in your opinion, what is a modern day Black man, Black woman? I think we hear a lot of the term, the modern day women. We hear about modern day women, but we're not really hearing too much about modern day men. And I feel like we've all changed over the decades.
That's an interesting question. You don't think about that because, like you say, you only hear about modern women. You don't hear about the modern man. When I think of modern day men, I think of the pills. The red, blue, gray, yellow, orange, purple. I think those are the modern day men. The subscribers to the pills, the pharmaceutical group. The PM, the pharmaceutical men, So, whatever they subscribe to. Yeah. And I think think of, you hear a lot of, high value man. You never heard that before. Because men of value didn't have to go around saying that they were valuable. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't have to walk around and flex your collar. I don't know. So I think modern men just have to walk around, modern people, period, men or women, just got to walk around flexing and talking about what they got and they worth. And when you didn't have to do that, your mere presence alluded to your worth. People could tell what you were worth with how you carried yourself and how you moved. So, yeah. Modern day people talk too much.
Do you believe that modern day people are, well, in my opinion, they are, but are they more materialistic? This is why we're flexing and we're trying to attract attention from certain people that we probably don't think we can get that attention from.
But they couldn't. They couldn't get it unless they had the material of things. That's the thing. So, yeah. So I do believe that they are way more materialistic. It's all about the bag. It's all about, I bet you if half these people lost the bag, they wouldn't know how to function. Because that's all they live for, is the bag, is good times, is having all this money. But, money comes and goes. Success comes and goes. Jobs come and go. How are you going to function when it goes? How are you going to maintain when it goes? And that's the thing. So, yeah, very materialistic. So,
okay.
And impatient. They want it now.
And I wholeheartedly agree with you. I think as modern day people, we work so hard on our careers and we get to a place where we're comfortable and everything is fine, that when we're ready for that relationship, you expect everything to be in place and not having to put in work in the relationship because you feel that at this point in time in life, you should have everything figured out.
That is so true. I knew someone, a situation where a single mom was courted by this dude who was, they were both very successful in their careers, and she relocated for him and was trying to figure some things out, and I think they knew each other prior to her moving where he was, but I think after a few months it didn't work out. And what she told me he said was it really devastated her, but what she said was that he said being in a relationship shouldn't be that hard, it shouldn't be that much work. And I'm like, then you don't know what it means to be in a relationship. And I was like, what do you mean it's not work? You have two individual people with feelings, emotions, trauma, baggage, whatever, own ideals of how to move and think and shit, and how you shake and shift in this world. And you don't think it's gonna be difficulties? You don't think you're gonna hit crossroads where you're not on the same page? So yeah. And she was, and I said to her, I was trying to talk to her, but I didn't know her that well. But she was like, she was so fixated on being with him, she kind of lost herself in that. And I think mentally she had a breakdown. I mean, she eventually moved back with her back where she came from with her daughter. But I'm like, yeah, that was, I didn't I couldn't look at him the same way after that, but yeah. So
I suppose, I guess a way that we could change that is now, today's day and age, we tell, and I'm guilty of it myself, I tell my children, work hard, enjoy life, get your career started before you settle down and have children. But I never really spoke to them on how to work on a relationship. Like, you're going to come across somebody that, you know, they're not going to be perfect, but you have to work together. You have to understand one another. Learn their likes, learn their dislikes.
It's just like any relationship, but it's like you teach kids how to deal with disappointments and letdowns first. That's where it starts. Like, disappointments. Oh, you weren't the best, or you lost, or you lost that game, or you know, like, you teach people how to deal with letdowns where it doesn't debilitate you or take you out or make you beat yourself up or make you become a beast where you like F everybody, you know. I mean, I don't think I was taught that enough. I think I was taught to express myself, but I wasn't taught to regulate my emotions. So I'm still learning that as an adult, but I think that's the problem. It's human to human. It's not even just about dating. When you date and you get intimate, that emotion that's a whole different playing field. That's even crazier, because, you know, some people can't, you know, it's much, you know, I recommend, I encourage, you know, I bow down to those women who can, but to give that most intimate part of yourself to somebody, you can't just shut that down and go, oh, that didn't affect me. It does. But because you've lived that lie for so long, you believe it, you know. You keep doing it, you know, like, it shuts you down, it hardens you. That don't mean you learned how to deal with that. It means you just buried that stuff in that room, and that closet door is about to bust open. And when it do, baby, watch out.
This is true. And I guess this is also another thing that I was guilty of before in the past, and I've actually, probably, I want to say within the last 5 to 10 years, I've gotten away from. And I know you've heard a lot of people say that the phrase, I'm not changing for anyone. And you have to learn over time that in order to have growth, in order to increase, in order to get better, you have to change. It's like a business. You have to make changes in order for the business to grow.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we're not.
Yes.
It's a woman thing right now. We're not listening to you right now. 84.
Whatever. Salute to Daryl Long. Also salute to Quantum Love. I see y'all. What's good, y'all?
Quantum Love, you are not his twin. Don't put him on that high pedestal. Okay.
Mind your business. Say your point. Thank
you. You got something to say, 84, about what we're talking about?
No. She asked you a question. Go ahead.
Oh. I'm sorry.
I was just making a comment that I have been guilty in the past of saying I'm not changing for anyone, but if I'm going to have to open up my heart to someone, I'm going to have to make changes because that person does not operate exactly the way that I do. And reality is, if you met someone exactly like yourself, you probably wouldn't like them.
Well, you know, when I hear that phrase, you know where I go, I just go, what's happened to you? You know, as M3 likes to say, my favorite, women's favorite term or whatever, is who hurt you? Because when you have that definitive stance in life, oh, I ain't changing, I'm good, blah, blah, that something happened, because that's not how you were taught. You're taught how to, from a child, you're taught how to adapt in your environment. So when you go to school, your first interaction with another individual that's your age in kindergarten, you watch it preschool or even daycare. You adapt to that person. You don't just go snatch. You say, if you snatch a toy from someone, you see it hurts them, and you get corrected, you adapt and go. You learn how to, hey, can I have that toy? I would like to play with that toy now. Like, so to have that mindset, I'm not changing for anyone, that's a level of to me, it's a packed heart that's been buried and it's hardened because you have to change. You have to change every day. You know, even if you go the same route to work, you take it, you at the same time, you adapt, you change, because guess what? That bus might not be coming at that time. So you got to change. Your boss may want you to do something different or go to a different site. You change. You change every day in life. So why wouldn't you change for the betterment of yourself? You know what I mean? And changing, like adapting to relationships is not losing yourself. It's losing yourself is when you stop communicating your needs. That's when you lose yourself. When you start lying to yourself, say, "Oh, I'm okay with eating McDonald's. I hate McDonald's. But because this person loved McDonald's, I'm gonna eat it. I hate McDonald's." No. Adapting and changing, going, "Hey, look, I don't like McDonald's, but I like this. So you go get your McDonald's, I'll go get my whatever I eat." You know what I mean? Like, that's compromise. And yeah. So I think that's what's missing in relationships. Nobody's willing to compromise, and we're still trying to be in relations with each other, but we're unwilling to compromise. And that's the problem with modern day relationships, to me.
It's funny how you mentioned that. I actually just got finished wrapping up watching The Best Man, the final chapters. Did you watch that?
No. I barely saw the first ones, but sorry, I'm so not on
it, but I really do need for you to go and watch it, and then something that you said we could revisit it.
Okay. I'll watch it and we'll talk. I'll hit you up on it.
And it's really good. It's really good. Mr. Best, Mr. 84. Did you want to respond to that? I kind of forgot what I was asking in itself.
M3, you got your hot chocolate?
I just realized, like, he has the whole jacket on with the fur and.
Yo, is he out in your home?
They put him outside. They put him outside the cabin.
Hey man, you know, I got a match with the background, so.
Okay. I was really concerned because you out here, something to change. But what was the statement again, Lady E, that you made? You said, okay, I gather what you said. You said sometimes in relationships you may have to change or kind of be flexible. If
correct, I think yeah, we work hard on our relationships. We work hard on ourselves in life. That by the time that we're ready to settle down, I think we're expecting that everything is just going to be legit, like you did all the work and you shouldn't have to do any work. And so this relationship is supposed to be correct and everything is supposed to flow. But the reality is, are we truly passionate about the relationships? Because you put work into things that you are passionate about. And we're not putting work into the relationships no more. We're just kind of expecting everything up front.
Hence the term, I ain't changing for nobody. That's what you were speaking on.
I'll say this. I mean, like, okay. I think also we get into this mindset of and at times I can get in this mindset too of, okay, I put in all this work, whether it's you physically working out, whether it's you working on your career, whether it's you working on your mental and emotional state, whatever it is that you've worked on, right? You put in a lot of work and you've done all these things and you've obtained all these things, and that's great. I'm glad that people have careers and they're working out and they take care of their health. I'm glad people are doing all those things. But you have to understand, you live in a diverse world. In a diverse world, people are coming from different spaces and different places. You know what I mean? You can have people that live in the same neighborhood, they live on the same block, and their experiences are completely different. So just imagine if you're dealing with somebody who does not come from your area, or they do not come from the things that you come from, and now you're meeting up with this person, and now you're getting to know each other. Like, what do you think is going to happen? Like, you're going to experience differences, right? My thing is that I think there's just certain things that should be understood as far as just your lifestyle and things that you're looking for and things that they're looking for, right? So if you know that in your lifestyle, you do not smoke or drink, okay? alcohol ain't your thing and you don't smoke, that's not something that you do, right? Then don't get with somebody who's about that, because you're gonna have, you're gonna lock horns. Like, I don't care how cool the conversation is, I don't care how cool your vibe. If you're not doing those things, it's gonna become an issue. You know what I mean? Because they may like doing those things a lot, and you may be like, get that out of my face. You know what I'm saying? Or not only that, core family values, right? You want 4 kids. They only want 1 kid. That's going to be an issue. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely going to be an issue. Or they want kids and you don't want kids. That's going to be an issue. You know what I mean? So there's certain things you can't dodge. Like, as far as lifestyle, as far as like how you want to live, as far as how many kids you want to have, even location. I've even seen couples fight over where you want to be. I don't want to live here. You know what I'm saying? Well, I do want to live here. Nah, I'm not happy here. You know what I'm saying? And those things are factors. Like, you cannot dodge lifestyle things. Like, lifestyle things and how you live your life, and even beliefs, right? Even your core beliefs, like your religious beliefs or beliefs, like I said, based on family or anything else. You know what I mean? You can't dodge those things. Those things you got to deal with. So if there are differences in those things, then you got to have those conversations. You got to. You can't brush it under the rug. You can't just let them, well, I'm going to do this and she's going to do that. Nah, no. No, you got to deal with those things, man, because they are an issue. And they will become an issue, especially if somebody really, really is passionate about something. If I want a big family and you don't want a big family, we going to have some problems, okay? If you don't want to stop drinking and all you want to do is drink on the weekends, and I'm really about my health, we're going to have some problems, okay? We're going to have some major problems because your behavior is going to be different than mine, and my outlook going to be different than yours. You know what I'm saying? Especially, I mean, it's those things you just can't dodge, man. So that's what I think. But all those things also, everything in relationships also just take a conversation. All right? It's not hard to work through these things. It's just a conversation. You know what I mean? Sometimes in those conversations, choices are going to have to be made. And somebody may have to make a choice that's going to be like, all right, well, I guess I can't really drink as much no more. Or, I guess maybe I don't, maybe instead of having maybe 3 kids, maybe we should just have 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a compromise. But yeah, you got to want to have those conversations. And they're not easy to have. They're very hard to have. You know what I mean? And, it takes a level of humility. It also takes a level of you just being willing to compromise. And it's also takes a level of transparency too. Like, if you're not willing to part, you know what I mean? And you're dead set on living in a certain area, you dead set on having a certain amount of kids, or you dead set on not drinking or drinking, then you gotta let that be known, because it's gonna affect your relationship, most definitely. And also family too, that's another big thing. Like, you may with your family members all over there all the time, and they be like, look, your family's gonna come over here once a month. Tell your dad, your uncles, auntie, everybody, look, man, don't be coming over here all the time. Don't be calling this house all the time. You know what I mean? They can call, but please have them call between these hours and these hours. After these hours, don't call here no more. You know what I mean? Don't. If I hear it, I don't want to hear your cell phone vibrating, none of that. Those are issues, because, it could be a brother, and he may be the type that he wants to see his family every weekend. You be like, hold on, honey, like, every weekend? Like, yeah, this our family thing. That's what we do. Come with the family. Like, I don't want to see y'all every weekend. I want to spend time with you, but I want to see them every weekend. That may be an issue. So these are things you got to talk about. So, yeah.
Okay, Mr. M3,
that is so
you got your earmuffs on. You warmed up. You done took the hoodie off.
Oh yeah. I had to.
Got
I wasn't gonna put this on for too long.
Rolling through, so we ready to hear you.
Thank you. All right. So you said, and let me make sure I go through my notes. You said something about kind of like the passion that's being lost, right? Somewhere down the line about it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So there's a lot of different reasons why passion can get lost. Unresolved conflicts, stress, probably lack of resources. And when there's a lack of resources, stress definitely contributes to that. But however, there's one term that people do not really use a lot of times, which is surprising because you guys describe it, but the main term is called lack of novelty. So
lack of what?
It's called novelty. So pretty much novelty is basically like the newness of the relationship. But a lot of times we lack the novelty because, and basically, like if you lack the novelty, eventually the relationship is getting stale and it's getting boring. The core issue, what I usually hear like a lot, is that like men tend to kind of get complacent, and this could be anybody, but this is the complaints that I usually hear. Men tend to get complacent in relationships once they are in a relationship. And a lot of women will complain about they don't want to do anything that is new. You know what I mean? It's like you're set, you're comfortable, you're good. But on our end, we just like everything to be kind of stable and balanced. So we do get caught up in having a specific routine where if nothing's broken, why try to fix it? But the problem is women don't really operate that way. And so this is where kind of like problems will kind of rely on because then like it becomes like as if like we're not really achieving anything, or we stop, or we're just being lazy. When the case is we just want to have like peace into the relationship. But if you go into like the toxic relationships, probably is like one of the reasons why you hear also too women getting involved in more toxic relationships, because sometimes those toxic men provide what's that called? I'll just say unpredictability. You never know what mood he's in. You never know what he's going to do. And sometimes that entices like the emotions to it. Salutes to like Marcus. Thank you for tuning in, you know. And Alonzo Hall as well. So
Alonzo Hall, what up?
But I mean, like I said, there's multiple ways of like, you know, why like relationships could kind of be, you know, like stale, you know. But novelty is definitely one of them when we get too complacent.
I wanna chime in and respond to what you said, M3. I think the novelty that wears off. I think, you know, when you're with someone or you meet that person, you can sometimes see, oh, they're very adventurous. They're very like they're very go all over. You know what I mean? Like they travel or whatever they do. They like doing new things, fun activities, and I think that's when it's important to do check-ins. Like, hey, like, you know, where are we going, or what are we doing? What's going on? Like what 84 said about having that conversation about like, you know, where you want to live. I don't want to live. Okay, well, family, whatever. And it's so important in relationships, especially marriage, to do a check-in. You know, when I look at my parents, you know, I believe that they ran around and they've had fun before they had 6 kids and 2 dogs and 2 mortgages and, you know, like, so every now and then they would disappear. The older kids watch the little kids and they were like, we out. And we disappear, we going away, we going to this island, we'll see y'all in a week, here's some money, here's a card, I'll see y'all later, here's the doctor, you know, whatever. So I think it's also important to do a check-in, to go, what, you know, hey, I'm feeling like we're not doing anything. You want to try something new? You know, like I think of those little, I mean, as corny as it may seem, but like even the little date jars where you put a bunch of different things in there and you pick something that you're going to do fun. You know, it's all about you. You know, I don't think novelty has a part because you're still alive and breathing. I think it's about checking in and saying, hey, I feel like we're getting complacent. We don't do the fun things we used to. So, yeah, which can lead to a whole lot of other stuff too.
Good point. Hold on, I got to keep myself muted for a minute.
I got a question. Okay. This Lady E has something she wanted to build on. So if you got something you want to build on, Lady E, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Ask your question before I move on to the next.
Okay. So I was having a discussion, you know, with a lot of people for the weekend, and it ruffled some feathers. Queen knows it ruffled some feathers, but should women now, because of the scarcity of men, right, or qualified dating men, should women now consider? And I've heard women say this, and I've even heard women kind of debate with each other about this. Should women now consider sharing a man since there's a scarcity of good men, you know, or working class men, men who are not in prison? Kevin Samuels used a whole bunch of statistics about how there's a lot of men who are in the prison system, or they're not even, they only make a certain amount of money. I think like 41,000 a year, some low amount of money. That's not even reasonable unless you live kind of like in the middle of nowhere. So should, based on that, and based on just, you know, how women do outnumber men, I think like 4-1 or something like that within the U.S., something like that. Should women now consider sharing good quality men? Should they now consider it? Should that be something that they consider? You know, and should the women who have good quality men, should they share? Should they share? And if they don't, and if they're not sharing, are they being selfish? Are they being selfish? You know what I mean? You know, this is a conversation that I've had with a lot of different people this weekend. You know, and some people felt ways, some people didn't. You know what I mean?
So pose it both ways.
Yeah, it's a real conversation, and it's stuff that I've seen on online too about. In fact, that's even how I even found out about it. It was women, and it was a few women that was online, and they was really arguing hard about this. They was like, "Look, like y'all need to share," and I was like, "Oh." And some women was like, "I ain't sharing nothing." I was like, "Oh."
And
so hold on, Queen. Let me finish. Hurry up. No, I ain't gotta hurry up. So, with that being said, Lady E, you know what I mean? What do you think? You know, should women now consider possibly sharing men? I mean, the years is going by, the days is going by. A lot of women still ain't got no man, right? The women that got men, you know what I mean? They like, yo, I'm chilling. You know what I mean? Sitting high up on the hog. And she see a sister girl, she over there struggling. She can't get one. Should they now consider sharing? Go ahead, y'all.
No.
I guess to each their own. It depends on what the benefits are. I remember sitting on a panel where Miss Polly was speaking on that, and I was asking questions about it, like what are the benefits to it?
None.
To having a poly relationship, or whether if it's a man having multiple women, or whether if it's a woman having multiple men. You know, what is the benefits? I've asked the serious questions as to, you know, how do you do things like having life insurance policies? If the sole provider dies, like what do, you know, the dependents get? You know, how do you manage the families? I've kind of watched bits and pieces of Sister Wives on TLC. Nevertheless, you know, that was a polygamous marriage. And last that I checked, everything is falling apart and it's falling in shambles. So there would be a lot of questions. And the question is it for you at the end of the day? Is it for me right now? No, it's not for me right now.
Wait, you said right now?
Yeah, right now? No, it's not for me right now.
So you're saying there's a little bit of hope for you to share?
Hold on. This is my question. I gotta clarify, and I want you to cook it. I do. Hold on, wait, Queen, wait. So why can't you say, look, I'm never doing this?
Because I don't know how I would respond to that 5-10 years from now. It's just like,
wow.
I'm still a woman that can bear children. As of right now, no, I don't want any kids. Would I have any more? Probably not. But could it potentially happen? Yes, it could. I probably could meet someone and get married and be like, you know what? I want to give this man kids if he wants that. I don't know.
Wait, currently you do not have children?
No, I have kids. I have 2.
Oh, kids. Okay.
but I'm still a woman of childbearing potential. So I could meet a man, he may not have kids, and he might want to have kids. And I might pop out a baby at 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Like, I'm seeing women 43, 44 having perfectly healthy babies.
I got one last statement, and I'm not gonna say it.
I
got one last statement. I'm not gonna say nothing else. I got one last statement.
So.
Right now, okay, this is my last statement on this. Right, I had a conversation with a good friend of mine. Right, and you know she's in the single game, and she told me, she said, Mr. Best, she said, if she found a good quality man, right, and that man stepped out on her, right, and he did not have any baby. He wasn't trying to have babies when any of these women, but he was just stepping out, and she was the main chick, and she knew she was the main chick, she would not leave. She
but
said
here's the reality of it. You have a lot of people.
Hold on. She said she's not going nowhere. She said that she believes that if you find a quality man, you better hold on to him. She said she old school with it. Now,
but
listen.
You're not holding on to him.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. She said she got people in her family for decades and years that have done this. Okay? They have known that the men were stepping out, and as long as they didn't have any babies by anybody else, they didn't care. As long as they were the main ones, and she was, and the side chick was getting laid down and sprayed down, she didn't care about nothing else. You know what I'm saying? So this fascinated me. I was like, what the hell? I've never heard this before ever. I was like, this is. I was like, can you come up on the show? Like, can you share your perspective? Like, I want to hear you share this on the air. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, they don't like the stream, but that's another situation. But listen, I've heard this before. Okay, I've heard this before.
Can I say something though?
Yeah, let's have a conversation, family. I ain't got nothing else to say. Those are the only arguments that I have.
I do have a question for Mr. Best, but go ahead.
So we're speaking of, good quality men, which I'm sure we're throwing the high value men in that whole bracket as well. But a lot of the times, even these high value men are married. A lot of them still have a side chick that the wife don't know about. So I kind of understand where she's coming from. It's like, okay, if you're taking care of the household and you're invested in this family, you can have your side chick. Now, don't screw her raw, because now you bringing in the possibility of STDs and God knows what else, unplanned pregnancies or whatever. So I can understand where she may respond in that manner. Like, yeah, I'm giving you the cheap pass. You can do that. Just make sure you bring your ass home. This is your house. This is our house. This is our family.
Can I go?
Don't fuck it up.
Did you want to say something, M3?
I'll let you go, and then I'll ask Mr. Best a question.
Okay. Hell no to the nah. Never, no. I ain't sharing shit. So you want me to share my panties? I'll share my man. You want me to share my food? I share my man. You want me to, you want to be shared? You want me to share? I can be shared? You want to share me? Then, no. So this is my thing. If you are that awesome and you are looking for the right man, you will find him. Just vice versa. So that to me, the concept is crazy, ludicrous, and befuddles me. I was going to go somewhere, so maybe God didn't want me to go there because I forgot where I was going to go. But no, hell no. So me being the
don't be distracting nobody out here now.
Hold on. Huh? What? Just mute yourself, please. The same women who say a woman is being selfish. If she had a man, she would be selfish too. The only women who are saying, let's share, is because they don't have nothing. So when let me find that same woman who said, oh, it's being selfish. Let me find her when she was with that good dude she had and ask her this question, pose this question to her. Because she would have been like, hell. Wow. So why is it okay now that you need it that I should give it up, or I should no, that's stupid. That's stupid. Then look. I ain't doing that. For all you who believe in this, do it. But for me and my household, that's not what we do. So if it's done, I'm out. I ain't staying. I can say definitively I wouldn't be down with it next year, next month, next week, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Even in my afterlife, I still wouldn't be okay with it. So no.
Go ahead and respond, Mr. Best, and then I'll ask you my question. Okay,
so and this is, and I'm just using manosphere talking points, right? I'm just using manosphere talking points. And I'm not saying my viewpoint on this, but I'm giving the panel and even our audience a background of why people feel this way, right? Whether it's people salute the big wig side, whether it's people in the manosphere, or even women that have this, this mindset of women should share men, right? And a lot of them are red pill too, because you have red pill women as well, which I actually just recently kind of found out within the last month. I didn't know that existed. That was kind of weird to me, but red pill women do exist. Now, with that being said, in the red pill, and a lot of this is from red pill logic, and their logic, in order for a woman to really just have her own man, she kind of got to be like within like a 7 or a 10. Like she not between a 7 or a 10 as far as looks, then she don't really deserve her own man. Like that's really what they believe. They believe like you have to be, a certain amount of attraction, really honestly think that somebody can't exercise their options. And if you're not a 7 or a 10, then you're just delusional. And a really big thing is that person who is a man who can always exercise his options, to the day he dies, he can have kids to the day he dies. So a lot of it is based on childbearing as well, right? A lot of red pill philosophy is based on childbearing as well. That because a man can procreate to the day that he's no longer here, right? Because he should be able to I guess what he say, diversify his options or have his options. I forget the term they use in M3, but you know what I'm talking about. He should be able to. He should always be able to have options or something like that. I don't know the red pill terminology completely, but you know what I'm talking about. M3. Mm-hmm. So based on that, they believe that unless you are a 7 or a 10 as a woman, if you have a man that you thinking that he shouldn't have options, you're crazy. You know what I'm saying? This is what they believe. You know what I mean? So this is where a lot of this rhetoric is coming from. And a lot of it is spewing into modern marriage and modern dating and whatever else. But M3, go ahead and ask your own question, man. I'm here.
Okay, cool. Because I had to type it in real quick because, So, all right, so Best, right? Because I'm typing from my screen, I'm not able to look at you guys for a second, but I want to know the person that was telling you this stuff, right? Mm-hmm. What was your friend's current status? That means like what was her level of attraction, her dress size? It's gonna sound a little bit like Kevin Samuels.
What does that have to do with anything?
Hold on, Queen. I'm asking him. But
Kevin Samuels gone.
Hold on, Queen.
He's trying to figure out if she's at 7 to 10.
Hold on. Let me ask my question. If you guys want to chime in or whatever, I'll ask you guys. But is she from the hood or from the suburbs?
Wow. Okay. I would say based on the manosphere rating level, they would probably rate her maybe like a 6, maybe 6.5, possibly. I don't know. I would say that the person is not skinny, but they're not big. And what was your last question?
Hey, wait. You said she's not skinny and she's not big. So she's like, okay, does she have a shape? Let's get to the nitty gritty.
I mean, I would I would say possibly, but I don't really know per se because like I haven't seen them in like forever, so I don't really know. But but yeah, so I guess in their rhetoric, they'll probably rate her like a 6.5 or a 6. Now you said was she what was your last question?
Okay, so is she from the hood or from the suburbs?
She's from the hood.
Okay, this makes sense. A lot of sense. All right, I'm breaking this down. Hold on, let me make sure I put this on. All right. So she's a 6 according to the Manosphere. Question mark for as far as like she's like in between. I'll say like that. All right, but look, I know you said like the Manosphere rating, but what would you rate her?
Overall as a person, I would say I would just say 5. Like she's just average person to me, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
5 at her best.
5 is kind of below average, but okay.
Yeah, whatever average is what I believe this person is. They average to me, but that's me. I believe this person is average, but you know, everybody has a different amount of standards, right? And I also.
Oh, hold on. Wait, Bess?
He froze.
Hey, Mr. Bess, if you can hear us, you froze.
To me, your personality
Bess, you froze.
I'm back.
Okay.
No, I would say for me, personality is what is going to make a person who they are, right? You know what I mean? Like that's what's gonna really shine through on a person, like their personality.
But you still have to be physically attracted to them.
Yeah, I mean, no. Listen. I'm not taking away from physical attraction. Okay, I'm not living in La La Land. I'm not saying, oh, you can look like Flavor Flav and people should still love you. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that, you know what I mean? Like, you know, if I'm critiquing a person, I would say that their personality has to match up with how they look. Like, because that's what really is gonna bring everything home. But that's me. That's what I believe for a person. So yeah, what is your overall critique of this M3? It seems like you want to critique this person.
Yeah, that's why. Well, actually, this is more like to help me to kind of understand, you know, like your description of this person. Excuse me. And this kind of goes well to this topic point because here's the thing. Based from what I typed in, right, from what you said. Mm-hmm. So, of course, from the man's first point of eyes, okay, they're gonna probably look at her as a 6, okay. Now, they may not say she's gonna be medium built because you know how it is. Like, you gotta be, I don't know, a petite size in order for you to be attractive looking, according to what most Mansfield guys were trying to say, okay. And if she's from the hood, then of course they're gonna heavily criticize her. Now, for your point of view, you look at her as a 5, which that will be considered as a below average. But here's the thing.
That is average.
No.
That is average.
7. Well, it's weird, but 7 is really average. But according to Kevin Samuels' rating, right, the reason why he don't like women to rate themselves as 7s because that's what most women would try to use as a scapegoat. So it's either you're above like the 8s, 9s, and 10s, or you're the 6, 5s, and if you're below that, you're not even considered to be looked at.
Well, whatever's average is what this person is. They average. That's all I'm gonna say. Ain't nobody know 8, 9, or 10. Y'all, I'm not gonna say all that.
But my point is this, right? Okay. Eventually, the personality will have to hit. Okay, she has to have a good personality, and according to her personality, which that goes back to Queen's statement, what she said earlier.
Salute to Shrey, Chicago.
Salute, Shrey. Because Queen said earlier, right, that she has to be a woman that has nothing to go to. Sorry, she has to be a woman that has nothing going on in order for her to even have those type of standards. basically a lot of times women will look at other women and they will downplay them for having low standards. However, from a woman's lens is different from a man's lens. For her, she may be lowering her standards, but to my lens, I think she's being realistic. And a realistic woman has a higher chance to get a high quality man, or at least a man of value, I would say, in some decent form. Because you know why? She understands her position, which goes back to the traditional mindset of a woman from back then in the 50s and 40s.
So are you saying that her views are based on the fact that she just understands her place as far as, like, I guess, the dating realm, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. She understands, like, her role. I don't even care how she looks at this point. You know what I mean? She understands where she's at. And as long as a woman understands where she's at, in my opinion, okay, you would actually have a better chance to be in a relationship because you're not acting in your feelings and you're not acting delusional. And that's the problem with a lot of modern women that separates from the traditional ones. Traditional women knew their place. They knew where they was at. They knew what could happen. They knew the consequences. They had no room to be delusional. They accept life for what it was, and that was it.
Man.
Look. Overall, I came ready with a notes this time. I usually freestyle off or whatever, but look, man, if you can see what I'm doing right now, I'm typing in everything. Okay? Just so I can stay on the point of this topic. But that's all I wanted to say.
But
and I couldn't put my glasses on because it's broken.
These women, the same men who rape these women.
You can't say rape. You can't say that word. You can't say the R word. You can say R.
I said rape.
No, rape. She said rape. R-A-T.
I said the same men who rape these women are delusional with what's looking back in the mirror. They think that their looks go aside because of their pockets. And that's the problem too. Some of y'all duffies and grimaces think that y'all fine as shit because you got a few dollars and zeros in your bank account. But you look like shit too. You're a 2, you're a 3, but because you got money, now you consider yourself a high value man. It's bullshit.
Okay,
y'all always want to rate a woman on something, but you don't use that same damn scale to rate yourselves. What's your body looking like? You got stretch marks, you got a belly, you got a gut. How many fat dudes with a gut you see with a fine woman? So don't play yourself.
But that's because
wait, hold on. Y'all balding. Y'all got male pattern baldness. Y'all got spots, so you shave your head. A woman can't do that. It's different. So the rating scale is not equally checked. If a woman had alopecia and had to shave her head off, y'all drag on her because she bald headed, but then you'll rag on her because she wearing a wig. Mm-hmm. Same thing. Men got weaves too. Don't get it twisted.
Okay, let me respond to you with a picture, okay?
No, come on, why are we doing that? I don't do that. Don't rate women like
no. Let me show you. Hold on. Ain't nobody about to rate women, all right? But let me show you something, right? This is the type of people that you are describing, Queen. The bald, okay? They got probably whatever that's going on. But guess what though, right? There's a difference between these type of men, so shout out to Alpha Male Strategies or whatever, right? You know,
AMS, what up, baby?
But they know how to work things. Okay. See, the thing is, the difference between men and women is the value systems. Okay. Looks for a man is not heavily criticized as opposed to a man's success. Okay. Men are success objects. Woman's success are based off of her looks and her attitude along with that. Okay,
and that's
and the same thing that's the same thing with a man's height and his pockets. Okay, there's two things. Again, the height and the pockets is what most women heavily criticize in a man. But for a man, they heavily criticize a woman based off of her
women,
her looks,
let's start
and her
rating.
attitude.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Myron in 3. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just letting you know. Remember, I came with notes
with him too much.
Okay. Well, excuse me. I'm sorry, but
it's cool. You're right. Because women, we don't look at the same thing. We don't look at the same thing. Women, I'm making a plea. PSA. Start looking at these dudes, these rusty dusty, the same way they look at us. They got an extra belly fat hanging over they belt buckle. Put their ass as a 2. I don't care how much money they got. You don't need their money. Start rating these dudes reality-wise so they can start living in reality and stop thinking
Queen, hold on. But here's the thing, right? Women can only critique. Hold on, let me say this. Women can only critique men. Okay, she left alone. Women can only critique men, right? If you want to critique a man, right, who's not working out or whatever, then you better be in shape. You better be in shape yourself. You cannot critique a man if you're not in shape. Okay, you better be hitting your, you better be hitting your stretches and your Pilates and all other stuff too. Eating the right things and the right regimens and all that. But a lot of times women don't do that. You know what I mean? They critique men, but they're not doing that. Also, on top of that, right? It doesn't matter listen, a man could have a dad bod or be a little big or have a little gut or whatever. You know what I mean? Women will still go after this man. Why? Because he's a man. And men are hard to find. Okay? Quality men are very hard to find. You know what I'm saying? Lady will tell you quality men are hard to find. Not easy out here.
I do have a question to kind of go off of that. How does that negatively affect women where you have women who are getting BBLs? Like they literally changing, or they're getting breast implants because they're just not voluptuous, or they might be fit, but they're gonna go still go to get the implants, whether if it's in the butt or the hips or in the breast. Like that's still, when men are judging women that way, it's still damaging. It's damaging either way. How women look at men and how men look at women, it's damaging. That's just my opinion. That's why women are going out and doing all of those things to their body. They're literally putting their life on the line. Which then kind of somewhat brings me to my next question. Let's think before we answer. We have always talked about how our parents, our grandparents, great-grandparents, aunts, uncles, relationships, we are trying to figure out how we get back into that notion. And can we get back there today? And do we really want to go back to that? And I think the bottom line is, were our parents or the couples that we looked up to truly happily married and in love, or was it a survival mechanism?
Okay, I said this in the beginning. Excuse me. It's to be fair, I have to say it could be half and half. One, I'm not absolutely sure because I wasn't born in that timeline, so I have to admit that part. But then two, I said that there are some women that probably back then you could tell by the happiness how when certain women they grow up older, how the femininity is still exudes. It's so natural. Even the people who has the most worst days will feel the vibration. Okay? And then you have some others that you can kind of tell the vibration is a little off or they're bitter. So I'm never going to, at this point, say that's going to be all, but I'm going to say this. Half the people enjoy probably nuclear families because they appreciated what the man had to go through, especially during those times. I mean, even if blacks was free, in the beginning part, they still had hardships by whites. They were still getting treated like children, but they still had a ground and they still valued their families. They still took care of them. So black women had more of an appreciation for them. So they knew. So not only they knew and understood their role, but they appreciated the role that they had because they felt safe. I can't say about women with modern men now these days, but there's some women who still want it or still felt like, okay, well, I should have the same type of equal pay opportunities. I want to be a dancer. I want to do this, but my husband won't let me do it. So they have like a resentment, especially if the husband is sloppy cheating and he's getting pregnant about 4 or 5 like different women. So there are some women that, you know, absolutely hated where they was at and they felt oppressed, you know, and it's all pretty much due because of lack of opportunities that women had, but they had to put up with it. And they still knew their role. They knew they couldn't get that far, but they knew a man would help them back then. Now it's completely different. Like you said, with evolution, they don't need a man as far as financial dependency. But I still will say everyone needs each other for relationships. There's no way I'm gonna lie and say that.
And I agree with you. And that's where I think that, you know, the relationship, you know, the evolutionship comes into play. We may not need each other on a financial standpoint, but I think we need each other on an emotional standpoint, because we know that mental illness is like, it's getting pretty rough out there now. You know, you didn't hear about, you know, people like us committing suicide. Now every time you turn on the TV, there's like a murder suicide, and it's happening a lot in the Black community, and you're seeing a lot of Black men committing suicide at a much higher rate than before. And it's sad. And I'm very much a believer men do go through emotional distress, just as much as women do. But I think we're also stuck in a time where, you know, men are not supposed to cry. Men are not supposed to complain. You're supposed to bottle all of that stuff up, but at some point in time, that pressure builds up and that top explodes, or the bottle explodes. And then what do you do then? Like, how do we support each other? You know, as to, you know, women deal with a lot of emotional distress in the workplace and in life as well. So, you know, you have men that complain, hey, you know, I don't want to hear you talking when I come home from work because I done had a rough day or whatever. But maybe she's also trying to vent to him, or maybe she's trying to get something off of her chest, and he's also shutting it off as well. So how can the man and the woman be there for each other emotionally and be emotionally available for one another to kind of, you know, build each other back up, to help them get through those tough times? It's something I think that we've all failed on. Because I've been on several panels where I hear men saying, you know, I go to work, I do this, I do that. When I come home, I don't want to hear anything. Well, the woman, she's also going to work as well, you know, and she's going through a difficult time as well. And so she will come to her man to complain or to vent about what's going on, because that is her man. Now, sometimes the man can shut her down, and vice versa. The woman can shut the man down, and what that can happen, what could result in that, is that person drifting off to somebody else.
Wow. Well, she said a lot there. Let me say this. All right. Now, man, I think that yes, I think back in the day, okay, when you look at it, man, you know, they do look like they were chilling, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. They do look like they were chilling. So even though they had their hardships, right, they was going through certain things, but it looked like when they got home, it looked like they really had a certain type of bond and a certain type of camaraderie. You know what I'm saying? Like the families would get together during the weekend, and you know, you would go over each other's house, and you would hear the old school stories about the Christmases and all that stuff. And it wasn't the fact they had a whole bunch of gifts and all that. It's just just the fact that they was together and they had each other. I think a lot of that is missing. So I think the core of that is missing. But I do believe there's certain things nowadays that we are doing that is better, as far as like us taking like communication seriously, us taking mental health seriously, right? These are things now that I believe are good things, right? That men and women are actually communicating more about where they at and how they feel and where they at, and just things that they're going through, right? So I think that's a good thing, right? But I also believe that we still need to get back to a lot of the core values that we used to have, where we were, when men allowed women to be women and women allowed men to be men. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't all this back and forth, and it wasn't, I got this, well, no, I got that, well, you can go. It wasn't all that, all this ego fest, you know what I mean? Where I'm comparing my resume and you comparing your resume, and I done did this, and well, I don't need you. I don't need you either. Like, all that, we got to get away from all of that. You know what I mean? So I love the fact that we're communicating better. That's great. I love the fact that we're taking mental health, seriously. That's also a great thing as well. That's super needed. Like, it's beyond, something that we need. It's something that's like a state of emergency. You know what I mean? Literally. But also, I do believe that we also need to bring back that whole thing of, man, when a man come home, making that man feel like a king. When a woman is home, you making her feel like she's the queen. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we need to get back to that. You know what I'm saying? Really get back to that, and really get back to like really building and having family. You know what I mean? So, yes, the communication is better, but the value system need to go back to being what it was too. Like, a lot of that need to come back too, because a lot of that is missing. You know what I'm saying? So, a lot of times, people come home and they just want, people just want peace, right? And that peace level is different for a man and a woman, right? Peace level for me as a man is, yes, at times I may want things to be quiet. You know what I mean? Peace level for a woman is that she wants to vent. Like Lady E said, she want to vent. She want to talk. Her emotions are just wired differently. Man come home, he just want to sit. He want to just sit back. Some people, some guys grab a beer if that's what you do, or something to drink, or something. We turn on the TV, we grab that remote, or we grab, we watching the game, and that's what we doing. You know what I'm saying? That's what we doing. You know what I mean? But now for the woman, it's like, I want to talk. You know what I mean? So it's different. You know what I mean? So our level of peace is different, and we got to be understanding of that. And I think we starting to really get to that. You know what I mean? But we really got to really continue to build, yo. Like, we got to continue to build, and we got to stop. And the one thing we got to stop doing is stop telling each other that we don't need each other. Like, we got to get away from that. Men stop telling women you don't need them. Women stop telling men you don't need them. Because you do. Mm-hmm. You do. If you don't need them, then guess what? You're going to be alone. Because nobody don't want to feel like they're not needed. All right? Like, at the end of the day. So I'm just keeping it G. So, yep.
Let me give you 5 simple, like I'm gonna put it in the chat too though. Hopefully it will come out right. Copy and paste this. Look, 5 simple bullet points, right? To regain, relationships, or better yet, to make relationships great again. We'll just put it like that: communication, compromise, understanding, patience, and effort. If at least, and this, I know there's many more, but at least, like, if I could say like a top 5 to kind of keep that in mind, okay? Make sure y'all guys are communicating. Communication is the number 1 key point out of anything. I don't care what you're going through. To gain that understanding, you got to communicate, but you have to be willing to compromise, okay? Remember, men and women are different, but we got to learn these things. Understanding is definitely key. Because once you stop talking, start listening, then you'll be able to understand. But it takes patience and it takes effort. I think you need time.
Okay.
Okay.
And that plays into, getting, like you say, getting what you need out of a relationship. Like, I know men, a big thing for them that they complain about is sex. The woman is not, the kitchen is not open. She doesn't, want to be touched. Like, why you made that face? But the reality of it is, I think sometimes, I think for men, we have to, you got to listen to your woman. So if she's trying to talk to you, I promise you, if you listen to her, even if she's just venting for them 5 to 10 minutes, I promise you, you're going to go to bed happy. But when you shut her off, like, she's shutting everything down. And it's just something to think on.
Got you.
Like, you give her that 5-10 minutes to vent, and you will be going to bed peacefully. Everybody goes to bed happy.
Well, the Bible there says, like, don't let the sun go down. Basically, without resolving things, Now, going back to the sexual part, I don't know why that makes me laugh, right? Unfortunately, like, that's like a them issue, right? And not a me issue. But the thing is, like, I don't know, man. I can't believe, like, that's still like a valid complaint. You know what I mean? Like, when men be like, "Oh, I'm not getting enough for my wife," or "I ain't getting enough for my woman," or whatever, right? And what should I do, right? She's not giving me no sex or whatever. And my only response, like, to, like, people who are struggling and they are in a relationship, I'm like, look, if she's not holding her end of the bargain, this goes back into pretty much, you better start exercising your options if you have options. That's all I got to say. One girl not working out, let the other girl work.
But is he listening to his current woman?
That's the thing. If he's not listening, and all it takes is, like, pretty much the 5 points that I've already pretty much shown around, right? Then he needs to work on those things first. And if he's doing it, but it's for, like, any reason outside of them working through the communication, the compromise, understanding, patience, and effort, then that means that she has pretty much a Tyrone or a Mikey on the side. You know what I mean? So for a woman to kind of withdraw her pretty much her sex, like, from her husband or from her boyfriend, and, well, let's just say just the husband, because I know, if she's doing that from her husband and he's doing all these things to try to make it work, something is off. You know what I mean? And then at that point, it's like, you don't have two choices. You could either, like, you know what to do, fellas, right? Or you could go outside, right, and find some other woman that is not broken. So.
But if you're married and everything was good in the beginning, at some point in time something fell off, wouldn't it be for the couple to kind of figure out, like, well, the other half, like, my wife is not behaving the same way that she was, something has to be wrong, or vice versa, the wife has to say, my husband is not in tune with me, something's wrong. Like, where do we figure out what's wrong instead of just saying exercise your options?
I just said it starts off with the communication first. You got to get to a point where it's like you're communicating. See, this is why I'm glad I started, though. You got to communicate and you got to get that understanding, because obviously it's a poor communication problem. Even Sheree in the comments, where is it? Sheree somewhere in the comments says, like, a lot of us has poor communication skills. There's a lot of us, but she says she also feels, but I feel talk on both sides. Okay, a lot of us, but I feel talking both sides. It should just give her opinion. But yeah, you gotta have like, you know, your communication on point, which means like you gotta really talk about what's really going on. But I'm just saying, if you're already doing that, and that person is not, because it takes two people to reciprocate. So if you're not doing that, the other person's not doing that for you, and you're trying to schedule couples therapy, you're trying to get the pastor involved. You know what I mean? Like, you're just trying to do whatever it takes to save your marriage. Obviously, then it's not like a you problem. It's the person that you're married to that is not trying to reciprocate. And if that's the case, what is and this kind of goes a little bit with the digging into like the deep waters. What is the person's problem to why this person don't want to make it work? What happened in between that relationship, excuse me, that pretty much caused a disconnect? Because you can repair, I'm telling you, you can resolve all these disconnects, but both parties have to be willing to sit down, listen without judgment, and to gain understanding from it. But if they're not willing to do that, then what are your only options? Because next thing you know, it's going to lead to divorce. But if you want to still hold on to a honey badger, you know, that's giving you a hard time, then you might have to find some pleasure outside of your marriage. Those who want more sperm, it's usually just because they have not had a lot of sexual experiences, because having a whole relationship with more than one is a headache. Sheree says, I'm saying whatever there's a conversation, a lot of times people are being dismissive. That's a key word that I did not bring up, but thank you. Just to express their feelings, hence the quotation, but I feel.
They're listening to respond and not listening to understand.
Mm-hmm. And that's the problem. That's where the disconnect continues.
Okay. Well, does anybody else have any questions? I mean, this was a very interesting conversation, though. Even though M3 over here yawning, he done took the jacket off, got the braids out. Still got the
my wife turned the heater on, so it's getting hot in here. So plus I was cooking earlier, so you know that's side effects.
Miss Queen, do you have anything that you would like to add?
No, you know, I'm just over the rating system, and you know, just do you. You know, like you don't like him, you don't think she attractive, move on. Like I don't get into the whole, you know, oh, because you look this way, you can put somebody else down. If they're not in your dating scope, then keep it pushing. You know, women, a lot of time people are delusional because someone made them delusional. Someone went in for whatever reasons, whether it's a woman and just wanted her box, or if it's a man and just wanted his pockets. Somebody did something to make that person feel like they are more than what they think that they are. So, you know, people use and abuse people all day. You know, we all seen it. We all seen the fat, ugly dude who got money driving a nice car with a fine woman. We all seen it. Dude saying he's gonna slide in somebody's DM just to hit it. So, you know, stop using people. Stop making them delusional. People don't respond and act this way just because they were born this way. It's usually because someone used them and pumped up their head, and now they think they all that. Or they go overseas and they got a umfufu, or somebody want U.S. citizenship who's pumping them head over there. So, you know, anyway. Yeah. I just think it's funny.
They always want to hear in the passport brothers, man. They always want to hear in the passport brothers.
Well, Miss Queen, I did after you left. I did say that's why you have women who are going and get the BBLs, and even if they're physically fit, they're getting the butt implants, the breast implants.
They're removing ribs. They're doing all kinds of stuff, and men keep saying that they don't value that. You got men out here who say, "Oh, I don't want the weave. I don't want the fake eyelashes." Then why every time we see y'all with them women?
That's why I said, there's no blueprint of what a woman should look like for a man, because what a man may like, some men like slim women, some men like curvy women. It's just a personal preference.
Yeah, but don't make it seem like y'all not the one chasing them. Can't make a thought a housewife. Stop going to the strip club trying to marry them.
No, they still marrying them.
That's what I'm saying. They full of shit. That's why I don't value what they say, because they say it, but they don't do it.
And you like rolling your eyes real loud back there.
Real controversy. That's all it is. It's full of shit. Everybody want to talk about what somebody is, but ain't nobody standing in front of the fucking mirror and be evaluate them damn selves. Because there's something wrong with everybody out here. Ain't nobody perfect.
Hold on.
Yes, there are women becoming passport women.
Marcus, I'm sending you the link too, Marcus. I'm sending you the link. Listen. Right? We're not gonna sit here and make cap, right? We all know that they're universal, you know what I'm saying? Universal standards as far as looks. We all know this. Let's not cap here, okay? Let's not do the cap.
Ain't nobody said that, so don't do that.
We all know this, right? We all know this.
Ain't nobody said that it wasn't.
Now, with that.
Look at these pills, red pill, blue pill. Look at them. Look at half of them. What they look like.
Hold on. I'm not talking about anybody in any of the communities, right? We all know that there are, standards for looks. We all know that, right? We all know that. So, what I mean, men, we know we rank too. Like we know that we don't rank, with the Shamar Moores and the rest of them and all that. You know what I mean? A lot of men don't rank up there like that, right? Or the Drakes, you know what I'm saying? Relax, you know what I'm saying? Any of the men, okay? That's on that type of level. All right, we know that. Excuse me. We know where we stand, right? Men are told all day, every day where we stand, right? You know what I mean? So, with that being said, you know what I mean? Sheree keeping the Sheree, come up here, yo.
Gangsta, Sheree.
Sheree, I sent you the link to you. Keep it a G right now. You know what I mean? Keep it a G right now. But listen, and that's true too. A lot of women are jealous of men and be trying to fatten them up and all that. You know what I mean? Because they be trying to take away the shine. Let that man, let the eagle spread his wings, man. Stop trying to fatten him up and all that. Let him do his thing.
Wait, but aren't y'all the ones who said the way to a man's heart is through his stomach?
That ain't right.
Y'all been preaching that for decades, though.
No, that came from y'all.
No, that's a lie.
Ain't no woman say that.
I'm gonna look that up.
Y'all said it.
Sheree just said in the comments.
I don't understand your point, Alonzo.
What do they say? Oh, I gotta look at it.
He'll be up here soon. He watching the game, but he'll be up here soon. Yeah. Now listen.
Thank you, Marcus.
Listen, with that being said, salute to Marcus, man. Thank you, Marcus. With that being said, you know what I mean? Listen, we all know there's universal standards for how people look. All right, let's not sit up here and cap. We all know that.
Nobody said that. Right? What are you talking about?
We all know that. But here's the thing, right? At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? People just gotta be honest. You know what I'm saying? People just have to be honest. And it's not the fact that people are blowing people's heads up. It's the fact that sometimes people want things, or people are asking things that are just not real. There is a level of delusion. You know what I'm saying? And the manosphere, and as the day goes by, I become more red pill day by day. And it's crazy because M3 was really trying to talk to me about the red pill thing. I was like, I'm cool. I think these brothers is hurt. I think they butt hurt. But the more time goes on, especially for women that's 35 and under, you know what I'm saying? I'm really starting to think this red pill thing is true. You know what I mean? And it's really hard to not say. You know what I mean? It's really hard, man. I really don't want to be completely red pill, but it's hard. As the day goes by, it's hard to not be red pill. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then a lot of y'all gonna be single at the end of the day.
You know what, Queen? One day you'll be red pill. Nah,
I will never be red pill.
I hope for the best.
I will never be red pill.
Take your vitamins.
I don't believe in those. I take herbs, not vitamins.
Remember, Kings of Dreams came up here, right? And he says that Queen, he prays to his gods that one day you take the red pill and you see life for what it is. And maybe some of y'all will be a little bit more happy.
I don't need to do that. I know my role, I know my worth, and I know who I can attract. And I don't go after nobody else. Simple. I know my lane. I don't believe in that, but I don't also believe in bagging something because you're bitter, hurt, and you ain't dealt with your feelings or rejection. And now you think going somewhere else is going to make it better, but you ain't changed who you are. So you're taking your same baggage with you. That's all I gotta say. Travel, do you. Do you. But don't put that on me. That's a curse. That's not a blessing.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name, but thank you for tuning into the Twitch site. Please follow if you have not. How do we deal with American women? Well, look, we're Americans. We're used to that. But we're also men too. So we deal with it.
Wait,
we deal with a whole lot of stuff. Oh, there's somebody. Oh, somebody in the Twitch side.
Who cares?
But the thing,
women.
Hold on. Don't be rude to the people who support us. All right. Basically, and here's the thing, right? And that's a blessing. If women from your country, I don't know what country you're from, but women in your country, if they wash your legs or whatever when you come home from work. Well, hold on. Well, actually, let me rephrase that. Okay, because if you get the right woman. I know that we have American issues, but let me tell y'all this though. Get the right woman. She can still be in America and she will still wash your legs. She will volunteer. She'll be like, babe, you look like you came home from a long day of work. Let me wash your feet. They will actually do that. Okay? With no expectations whatsoever. See, the problem is, man, I hate to say this, man, but I got to talk to the fellas as well, too. Y'all just choosing bad women, poor quality women. Okay, that's all it is. Look, I know the Instagram 304s, right, are fun. Okay, but you gotta get a wife on the side. Okay, you gotta get a good wife on the side because you know why? A good woman that's wife material is going to represent you and she's going to hold you down. Stop chasing out these young thoughts, man.
You said a wife on the side.
Yes, for the ones who want to keep going after these Instagram thoughts or whatever, if you're going to keep going after Instagram thoughts, get yourself a wife on the side. Yes, I intend to say that in reverse. All right?
Okay.
I get it.
To dunk you.
Sounds stupid.
Okay. But see, that's because you haven't took your red pill, you know? So you're a little angry.
Yeah, okay, cool. Live in the matrix. Good luck. Wake up.
Salute, y'all.
Stupid.
Salute. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Sitting here watching these cowgirls demolish Tampa Bay. But at any rate, this whole side wife, side chick thing, man, listen. I'm going to tell you like a G told me, right? This more than one chick is a pipe dream, man. It's really for dudes who, because if it was really how it's supposed to be, even look at, right, dudes who can afford to have multiple women, like Nick Cannon, right? He's having multiple babies. He's not really creating an established family, right? If you're going to create an established family, then you need to be like someone by the name of King Solomon, right? With 90 wives and 900 children in one kingdom, right? Not being like Future with 27 baby mamas over, 13 states, right? So you're already creating more damage there. The other thing is, and I think someone said this in terms of men messing with the women, you need to be a little more intelligent and make smart decisions, right? So, in terms of making smart decisions, if you see a woman who is quote unquote a baby factory, right? She got 8 kids by 9 men. Why would you then go volunteer to be the next, baby's father because she's got a big old booty? So again, as men, we're abandoning our reality for quick access, right? And I get it. Oh, well, it's quick access. I know she got 8 babies, so I know I can get in there. But she's also showing signs of fertility. So unless your swimmers ain't swimming, don't take that chance. When it comes to the women, right, I wanted to, Queen, you were mentioning like the rating system, right? And it is different for men and women. Simply put, let's look at things that women supposedly want, but they don't, which is equality, right? Which is what you're basically stating. Well, if, men can rate women on a certain way, then, women should be able to rate men the same way. And the reason that that's inaccurate is you're stating, well, we've got money of our own, but if all things are equal, then you gonna pay for the date? You gonna foot the bill? No, it's expected innately for the man to do so, right? So that's why the men think, hey, I've got money. It's kind of the equalizer. So what happens is men and women peacock in different ways. Men peacock from a resource standpoint. He who holds the resources, and we've seen it in real life, right? When a dude got a bunch of money, no matter what he looks like, chicks are chasing after him. You don't believe me? Google some idiot rapper with 14 baby mamas by the name of Jay Fizzle in Alabama, right? Literally 14 kids with 14 different women. This dude is only worth $5 million, right? And then you got to look at men being extreme idiots for people like looks. What's that girl name? Brittany Renner. She wrote a damn book. I am screwing these dudes for their money. I am taking them for their bread. And what did these dudes do? Well, she took that dude for her bread, but I'm gonna give her this work. I'm gonna give her this pipe, and she's gonna what? Take your money. And she has. Right? So, we gotta, as intelligent adults, right? We all have to kind of switch up or make better decisions. Also, though, like Queen was saying, there is something to be said because there's a lot of dudes in the manosphere who cry a lot. And I went to that space in what they call mode 1, like Alan Roger Curry, rest in peace, right? To sell insurance and investments. Literally I've made it blatant. Look, I don't really care what y'all do with your dicks. I'm married, so I ain't got no dog in that fight. But I'm coming here to make my money with y'all, man. I've sat with 36 men from the space. And M3, you mentioned at my event, you're familiar with people in financial services. So when I go through a financial needs analysis with these dudes, they're talking from a stance of quote unquote high value men, but they ain't even earning what they're asking for, right? So again, as a man, since we know it's about resources, you can't ask for a woman to be a 10 to be submissive, which they're not asking for submission, they're asking for subservience, and get it, and then not foot the bill. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. So often you are going to hear women talking from an I feel standpoint, but they're also going to put double standards. Again, heavy is the head that wears the crown. It's just, it ain't fair, but men, we kind of got more stuff on us. Last point, we realize that with men, like E was saying, men go through emotional trauma, this, that, and the third, right? The reality is this, even in those spaces with 4-hour circle jerks, right, about what's wrong with the black woman, they fail to realize that, these women don't care about us. Guess what also don't care about you? The same men in your space. You know why? Because men don't care about other men. Shit, as black men, we half the time don't care about our own damn selves. So how am I going to expect another man to care about me when in reality, he's competition, right? Your buddy Andrew Tate said that if a man makes $1, all the other men want that dollar. Period. If a man gets a hot chick, all the other men want that hot chick. Period. So now we have to not only go and battle, right? We got to battle our own battles, but we also got to battle other men. And men don't care about other men, no matter how much we try to make it seem like we do. I'll stop there.
Alonzo, that was a good statement that you made. You know, and a good reminder as well too.
Great word.
You know, look, this is a dog eat dog world. At least women have like a you know, so-called girl code. You know what I mean? So for us, it's like, hey, anything goes. So we gotta go through the battles as a man, and we're dealing with all different sides of aspects. We gotta deal with our own women. We gotta deal with other men. We gotta protect. We gotta defend. We gotta attack. And it may not be all at once, but in different circumstances, you know, we come across to these things. So the overall point is that, like, a lot of women would never get, and they would never understand, like, you know, what men have to really go through, especially, like, you know, in today's, like, modern society. Salutes Vouaghn Bryant. Salutes Vouaghn Bryant. Thank you for tuning in.
Mr. Bryant.
And Truth, Top G. Salutes to you.
But why is it always so heavily one-sided?
One-sided where?
Because every time some manosphere, some pill, matrix, neo, whatever, on this platform talking about men and women, it's always stated, oh, women don't understand what men go through. Because at the end of the day, we both go do different things. So if you just focusing on what I don't understand about you, then you're not understanding what women go through. It's a two-way street. And in relationships, you're supposed to have an equal balance. It ain't just about you. You're not in a relationship by yourself. And that's the problem. That's why most relationships don't work out. Because everybody is in it thinking about only themselves. So why did you pick that person? Because you're the one who went after them. You're the one who courted them. So it says a lot about you and your choices and your value system. It's a two-way street. And it's draining. It's so draining to hear these conversations because it sounds ludicrous. Some of us, both men and women, need to sit at some of our OG's feet and listen because we're not listening. We think we're doing something right and we're not winning. That's why we're still having these conversations. And like Alonzo Hall said, most men who want to be out here and do all this and, you know, have all these women is usually somebody who couldn't get nobody in the first place.
So let me answer this question and I'll make it short, right? Because you kind of said like a key point in your statement. Yeah. You kind of gave like a clear answer to this. So for any woman that always asks, well, why these red pill manosphere, you know, pharmaceutical, like taking, you know, overly medicated guys keep talking about women, keep talking about the bad things, keep talking about this, and that, right? And why they always talk about men's issues and always leave the women's issues out? Simple answer, it's because it is not your space. It is their space. Men created their own platform to talk about men's stuff that's going on with men. They're not obligated to be fair. They're not obligated to try to negotiate and divide and say, well, you know what? Although we have this problem that's going on, but these women also have their problems that's going on as well too, though. But then here's another thing, right, that I want to add on to this, right? Why do women come on a man's space just to complain about their talking points. You got to ask yourself, and for the women as well too. A lot of women come onto the men's first space to complain and to argue with these same type of men about them. But however, why don't you guys just stay in your own lane and not worry about that?
What are you talking about?
And let me say this, right? And I'm so tired of women saying that, like men, like they talk about like we chop suey, or we didn't have women, or women didn't like us or whatever. And here's the thing: women know that men in our prime, you know, we had that Usher Raymond moment. Remember back in the day, I said that.
None of y'all want Usher Raymond.
You don't have to
relax.
Don't even go there.
Relax.
I want
Usher walked
tonight.
Because now you capping.
Relax. Remember he walked in the club, you know what I'm saying?
You
and
capping.
slow motion.
Now you capping.
Chili, and then he walked up, so he did
now you
capping. And all that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
like,
don't forget to send us
a capping, Usher Raymond.
You know what I'm saying? And every woman knows. Every woman knows that we like the Usher Raymond, the leather jacket, and all that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what happened?
You know what I'm saying?
It was a moment in time.
You know what I'm saying?
It was a moment
Remind me
in
of
time.
a girl
They know
that I once knew.
Well, that's why you keep having the same conversations, because don't nobody listen. And y'all talk about women are emotional and they talk all this stuff. Okay, so you have your platform to speak, and all you do is cry. These women don't value us. So who's the new modern woman? You have manosphere is the new modern period. Thank you.
No. She's saying thank you to me. She's not talking to you.
Because y'all are the modern day period.
It's the same that women don't care about
y'all
us.
The modern day period.
Wait. Yes, hold on.
Y'all the modern day period.
But Bess, hold on for a minute.
Y'all
Bess, right?
ovulating too? Y'all ovulating too?
No, but hold on, Bess, right? You know, if they cry, guess what?
Bess?
Let them cry. Let them cry in their own space. We need to start telling women, get out of our own space if you have a complaint. If you got a problem, hey.
You're right. I don't go in their spaces. I'm on a platform that I think I was invited on. If this is a manosphere platform, then I need to find somewhere else to go, because I ain't gonna be a part of
this. This is not a manosphere platform.
Okay,
platform. Hold on.
So all that saying, you come on a manosphere platform. I don't go on nobody's manosphere platform.
I want to let Truth cook. Hold on, quick. I want to let Truth cook. And before I let him cook, I just want to say this. A lot of times it's happening because a lot of you women don't care. Y'all don't care, man. You don't care. You don't care about what a man go through. You don't care about what we feel. Y'all don't care. Y'all don't care. Go ahead, man.
And a lot of y'all men don't value the woman.
Queen, go ahead. Queen, wait, hold on.
Who's going to tell y'all what y'all want?
I gotta let Truth cook. I gotta let Truth cook.
So go ahead. Go ahead. Go.
All right. Hey, listen. You would think, certain things would be left in 2022, but it's going on. It's going to continue to be the same. How everybody doing this evening?
What up, Drew?
Truth, what's good, baby?
What's going on, shorty? You already know what it is. Mm-hmm. Man, listen. You know what? I just came from another show, and at the end of the day, it's a YouTuber. Hopefully, you guys got a chance to get this man content. He basically just an older, lighter me, and his name is Ricky Williams. Okay, I hope y'all familiar. And he got a great statement, and it's called "It's Over." It's over. We are going to be the only race that is going to be consistently divided, and it's going to get worse. For those like M3, brother, you have dodged a bullet. Everyone else that is married in relationships, you dodged the bullet. For those of us who are out here still looking, we are effed. There's too many people divided. Like 84 said, women do not love men. Those days are over with. They don't care what you're going through. It's called who hurt you, and shut up. Don't complain no more. Shut yourself up. That's what it's called. I don't care how you feel. you think about you talking about what a woman did, man. Go take your weak tail somewhere else. I don't need to hear all that. Women don't care about men. They don't love them. It's only utility. What can they do for me? You can't provide me what I want from you, not what I have to bring to you. What you got for me? You can't provide that? I don't need you. You ain't nothing anyway. You just broke, dusty, and a bum. Oh, you got something for me? All right, yeah, then I can work with you. You ain't broken, dusty no more. Come on. I can deal with you there. Ain't no more traditional. Everyone is modern. Everybody is raised by this daggone television that your mother's left you in front of, folded up with your legs and everything instead of reading books and everything like that. You was raised by this dumb television with all these dumb people on here, Disneyland, and now they got the new Love and Hip Hop, these stupid ass shows that y'all watch all day that corrupt your minds. All day long, the same dumb stuff all day that's feeding your mind and thinking that's what relationships are. We're never going to get it right. Those days are over with, brothers. The people that got relationships, that's why I always say salute to y'all. Thank you guys for the standards that y'all show us daily. I appreciate what y'all represent because y'all got it right. These other people out here that's like me and the other females that's out here that's single and everything like that, only thing left out here is trash, man. The only thing left out here is trash.
Men who have relationships, now they want to share. They want to bring the trash home. It's trash out here.
Now they want us to share. I mean, trash that you ain't even supposed to burn. That's how bad it is. Because you know when you put it at the you take it to the dump, it's incinerated in there. Y'all seen Toy Story when they was about to get burnt up? Toy Story 4. That's a great show. But yeah, it ain't nothing left,
now
man.
They want to share trash.
It ain't, huh?
They want to share it. Remember, women who got men now.
This where it got left.
So they want to sleep with trash now.
Hold on. I got this in three. Hold on.
Who said they want to sleep with trash?
Well, hold on.
The men
I got this. Hold on.
No. They said earlier that women are selfish who got a man. And that we need to share. So now you said that the women out here are trash. It's only trash out here. Now married men and men who got women want to sleep with trash because they want us to share them with these women out here today.
Hold on.
Wait, that's not what was said. He was just asking. I'm gonna come up on say on that. That's not what he was saying. He was just asking me my opinion because that was a conversation that he had with someone else.
No, I know what he said. But what they said was we're being selfish if we don't want to share. But then you got a single man saying they number trash. So
okay, she can't hear me, so I gotta mute her. Now listen.
You share me with trash. Don't mute me. I mute myself.
Listen. Whatever. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
That's it. Go ahead, 84.
Yeah.
Over talking.
Whatever happened to the days where you know what I'm saying? You know, you would be mad at your dad, right? Let's say your dad ain't come and pick you up. He ain't come play ball with you, right? And you'll be mad, right? You go to your mother. You're like, man, Mom, I can't stand my dad. He makes me mad. He ain't this, he ain't that. And your mother would turn around and she would smack you across the face. And she said, don't ever talk about your father like that. You know what I mean? And you be like, man, but Mom, I seen him. He was out here doing this. And I seen him with this type of woman. I seen him then. She be like, you know what? Shut up. That's your father. Don't ever respect your father. What happened to them days? What happened to the days of y'all respecting us? No matter what. Because we were men. What happened to them days? That is the problem. That's the problem that we had. And y'all used to stay in your place. And you stayed in your place. And you understood that you didn't interfere in men's business. You know, my own father told me this one time. He said, hold on, truth. I'm cooking right now. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. My own father told me this.
No, you're not.
He said one time him and a group of family members was talking, a bunch of men talking. And a female family member will try to walk over there and get a conversation. He said, listen, step away. This is man business. Whatever happened to that? You want me to start minding your business? Stay out of a man's business. No, let me know. I'm cooking.
The men are dead.
You're gonna tell me, stay out of a man's business. And not only that, what happened to the reverence and respect for men? It's just gone.
Dead. The men is gone.
It's just gone.
The men is gone.
Y'all just ask too many questions. You want to always be in our business. All the things. Mind your business. Stay out of a man's business. God damn.
Ain't got nothing to do with money, man.
Yes, it did.
And that's what men are. Hold on, quick. I got the music. I'm trying to talk, and you interrupted me. That's what men are frustrated. We're not frustrated because you know we want you to be perfect or this that. No, we're frustrated because you always are in our business. Stay out of men business. My grandfather didn't have to go through half of the shit that men nowadays have to go through. He didn't have to because my grandmother stayed in her role and she played her role. Wasn't a whole bunch of questioning and asking this and this, that, third, and where you been and what you doing. None of that shit. I ain't never heard none of that shit in the house ever. And I was there for almost 20, 30 years. I ain't never heard none of that. Stay out of a man's business. Damn. Stay in your place. And on top of that, you got the kids disrespecting the men now. The kids disrespect the men now because you women don't got no respect for us.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You gotta let a man be a man. Let a man be a man. Stop trying to control him. You can't control him. Hold on. Let me finish. A great book for women to read is a black woman's guide to understanding the black man by Shahrazad Ali, Queen Mother. Read that book, goddammit. Some of you got the book sitting at home. You still ain't pick it up yet. You still ain't pick it up yet.
Y'all full of shit. Y'all full of shit. So you want to beat on us? You want us barefoot and pregnant, and you don't want us to have an opinion? Then go be by your damn self. Because y'all not men. Y'all not building no houses. Y'all not building no houses. Y'all not fixing the plumbing. Y'all not changing the tire. Y'all don't even open doors or pump fucking gas. Y'all don't do shit. And y'all want to roll and man.
Chapter 9. Housekeeping. Housekeeping. Oh my God.
Y'all don't even fucking work.
The good book showed me something. Hold on, everybody. Hey, Beth, can you mute her real quick for a second? She's being rude.
I'm muting everybody. I'm muting myself too.
Hold on for a second.
Stop being a bum.
Hold on for a minute. Everybody mute yourselves real quick, okay?
All right, go ahead.
So look. Okay. Oops. Oh, shoot. Hold on. So look, please, okay, read Shahrazad Ali, right? The Black Man's Guide to Understanding. The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman, okay? Look. And Lord and behold, right? Chapter 9.
I can't see you,
You can't see me? Oh, that's you, Truth. You might have to back out and come back in. But look. Not in the housekeeping, okay? Okay? Another way.
No, that's you.
There
you go.
Okay, hold on. Bess, can you hear me?
Yeah, you fine.
Go ahead.
Okay, am I froze?
No.
Okay.
Nah, you good.
Okay. I'm having internet issues, but look.
You might have to put that jacket back on. You're getting cold.
I think some feminists probably got access to my internet trying to unplug it, but you can't unplug the good book, okay?
That's right.
I know this is like a book, a demon slayer, okay? It cuts y'all up. But look, let me tell y'all something, right? Look. Another way the Black man can access the mental condition of the Black woman is to examine the way she keeps house. That's all I'm going to just say. I'm just going to read that little ass line right there. Let that marinate, okay? Y'all need to read this book, all right? This book is a guide, all right? It is a guide.
I'm very upset right now.
So real quick.
Yeah, hold on for a minute. So let me ask. Who? This is Lady E up here.
Yes.
How you doing, ma'am?
I'm doing fine, and yourself?
Well. I am well. Are you currently married?
No.
In a relationship?
No.
Okay. Do you remember? Did you have a relationship with your dad?
Yes.
And what about your grandfather?
I didn't have any grandfathers.
Huh?
They were all deceased.
Oh, they was all deceased. Okay. All right. So, as far as your dad, what type of man was he?
He was a provider. Like, he paid all the bills.
Uh-huh.
If I needed something, he would get it.
Mm-hmm.
And to this day, if I want something, he's gonna get it.
Okay. Did he spoil you?
I'm a daddy's girl. I'm the youngest of 7.
Oh, you the youngest of 7 girls?
7 kids.
Oh, 7 kids. So you the baby girl out of 7 kids?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So I know you're a tyrant. Okay. So yeah, let's deal with this. Okay. So, was your dad more stoic or was he more affectionate?
It was a split. I think today he's more affectionate than he was when I was little. If that makes any sense.
Okay, is he an older dad?
Yeah, my dad's 76.
Okay, great. Okay, yeah, so perfect. So you basically, what I would have call the granddad daddy, the daddy that's in the age range of a granddad. So, basically, like 84 was saying, those type of men, they normally came in the house, they went to work, they came in the house with their funky feet, got their plate of food, wife would give him a kiss, kids would come around and come and hug him, and he would just grunt and fart, and that means that he loved him. And the whole house reverenced and respected him. He ain't had to do no daggone homework. Yes. He ain't had to change no diapers. The stuff that we do today, he wouldn't be caught dead doing those things. And yet we get less respect. And we do the woman's job plus what granddad does, what used to do. So my question is, why now that we do way more and we're way more involved, but we get less respect?
Well, it all boils down to the person that you choose, but you weren't here earlier. I spoke on, now women are in the workplace. You spoke on the man going out to work and the woman being at home, which I grew up where my dad went out and worked and my mother was at home. But you have to look at the evolutionship of relationships where you have 2 working parents in a household. So everybody is stressed when they come home from work. Everybody has to pitch in and do their part together.
Okay, so women have always worked in some capacity. Might not have been out in the field, but they work for other people's homes and things like that. But yet those women still came home and was quiet, and nobody better not utter a word about daddy. Daddy was God in house. He was God. Him and his bunions and corns and everything stinking the house up. That was the smell that needed to be smelled, and we worship that smell. Okay.
Yes.
So why in the world is that smell no longer in the house now?
And I also asked this question before you came on. It just depends because you have, I said earlier, sometimes it was a survival mechanism where the woman didn't have a choice. Like if she wanted that roof over her head, she had to just deal with whatever she was dealt with.
Okay, so let me get this straight. That means, based off of what you're saying now, I'm only going by based off what you're saying. That means women never respected us. They never truly loved us. And this is the reason why it was all an illusion and a facade put on. And what y'all doing is now y'all don't have to put on that facade. Y'all can do whatever y'all want to do. Is that correct?
In some cases, correct.
Thank you for being honest. So this is now flip those roles in reverse. Would you want to be unappreciated, treated just like a utility or tool, and unloved, and marked by the whole world, endangered as soon as you leave out the door, and then when you come home, the one person you want to love you is your op? Would you want that?
Wait, say that again.
I said we're going to switch the roles now. If women were the most endangered species on this planet, were the most unappreciated, was used only for a utility and tool, and if they do not have the utility or tool, they is good for nothing, broke bums, and trash. And when you come home after battling the world, the first person you're looking forward to saying, hey, baby, I appreciate you went out there and worked. You did this, you did that. No, I probably don't have everything that I want, but I see what you're doing. I appreciate you. Come here, lay your head on my lap and let me rub your head and let you know it's going to be okay. And yet still that person is your op. How would you feel about that?
Hey, after you guys go, I got to chime in real quick. Once you guys are finished.
Okay. Yeah, how would you feel?
To come home and to be at peace, yeah, I'd love that.
No, I said your op. Your opponent. The person in competition with you.
I wouldn't come home.
Oh, you can go ahead, M3. Damn. Okay. Okay.
That book right there, man. I'm telling you. Once you
go
read one page, you can't stop reading. You can't stop reading. And it really explains a lot of things. Let me just say this one point before you cook. My point is very quick. Women have to understand, all right? And if you want to clip this, you can clip this M3 if you want. The less you say, the better. Women, please understand this. The less that you say, the better. You can talk yourself out of a good man. And that's all I got to say.
Well said. Look, there's some oh man, while y'all was talking, man, I was reading, man, and there's some gems. I'm just gonna say this, right? And this is from the beginning page of it. You know, reference page 2, page 3, page 4. Look at the bullet points. Read the numbers. But look, let me say this right, because she said something about, let me see, even way back, mama was always minding someone's babies, cleaning someone's house, right?
That's right.
Somebody's house, I mean, sorry. And so here's the thing, right? Okay, I'm not going to read too much about it because it is pretty lengthy, but there was like 4 bullet points that she said. When a dad is angry, let's just say the girl child, the girl child, all right? She did something wrong. Dad's pissed off. He's ready to argue. You know what a woman's natural feminine ability is? Let's go ahead and read this. Let's see. She's able to sway him with a little bit of kindness. Is it so wrong for you guys just to be kind to us? Just be kind. Okay? Endure a little bit of hardship, and understand that we are the boss. Okay? But here's the thing. We are the boss in our own household. All right? You have a boss that gives you the paycheck. But you have a boss that gives you a lifestyle. And you guys need to start respecting men as we are your boss. Okay? Because we're the ones that's out there trying to protect you by all costs. We're trying to help put food on the table. We're actually the contributors, okay? That's helping you to get children. All right? So the normal modern woman, right? When, let's say, dad is out or something, she's upset. You know, a few common things. I'm going to get that Negro tonight, right? As soon as he get home. I'm going to keep calling him every night. But guess what? he ain't home. I can't believe nothing he says. So common, right? Oh, don't forget, and I'm going to add this. The Negroes ain't ish. I'm going to make him spend some more money on me.
Oh, you love saying that.
Money, 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 money. I got to find me a man. Oh. I want to see what he can do. Really? You can't let a man know all your business. Ineffective communication. Okay? The black man is a liar. Ouch. Don't believe in him. He'll disappoint you. The black man will desert you. No security. Uh-oh. Withholding information is a necessary practice when dealing with a black man. Yikes. And if you're going to deal with a black man, you have to have a plan. The reason why I'm reading these little bullet points from pages 2 to 3 or 4 is because we hear that so oftentimes. And salute, peace of mind. Thank you for tuning in the chat. We hear this so many times, you know, of why. Oh, come on, printer. We hear this so many times of like excuses from black women. Oh, well, I got to protect myself from these men, these black men or whatever. But then you keep running to the black man. In order for you to protect yourself, who do you have to run to? You have to run to a man. So what's happening is, oh, someone's on the printer. What's happening is, right, what you're doing, you're sending out a message, right? Oh, it's coming back in. You're sending out a message, right, to these other women and these other men that black men are like the boogeymen. And the ones who can really protect you is the white saviors, the white knights, the cops or whatever. Anytime when a black woman is starting some mess and she gets herself into trouble, who she calls to control the black man? The police officer, white police officer. You know the majority of them are white anyway. And what happens when that happens? The children, they see that, they read these comic books, like, you know, like DC and Marvel comics, and all you really see are the heroes are white folks, okay? So whenever you grow up in a dysfunctional household where like the black man, the black father is being called by the cops, and the cops is here to go save the day for the woman, you just now taught your kids that black men are unreliable and they're not going to protect you. But the ones who will protect you is someone with a white face.
Yep.
And this is why I posed these questions the way that I did today, because I asked questions. We hear a lot about the modern black woman. And so my question was, what do you consider the modern day black woman, black men? First, and personally, I feel that being a modern day black woman, it has such a negative description on it when it really shouldn't. Those women that you described as the modern day black woman, in my opinion, are just toxic women.
So let me explain something to you. The thing is this, you know, the problem is it's a lot of people don't even know themselves. They don't know themselves. So you could be thinking you traditional and you really not. So the first thing we think a traditional woman is, she cook, clean, clean.
She takes care of the household while the man goes out and work. That's what we see the
No.
woman is.
Yeah, so
hold up. That, right?
Yeah, so we use those terms, right? But a person that takes care of themselves, what do? They cook,
clean.
Exactly. So that's the modern man and the woman today. But we still are getting the description that the modern woman is a toxic woman, and that's what I'm trying to separate.
I'm about to explain. I'm about to get into that. So that's because we got to deal with this first, because this is what everybody keeps saying. They want a woman that cooks. They want a woman that cleans. They want a woman that. I will still say that both traditional and modern women cook and clean because that's something they already do. If you're a functioning adult, you're going to have to do these things for yourself, especially if you're single. If nobody's there to cook for you, you're going to have to do them. That's men and women. So that's not what makes you traditional. It's a mindset. It's got to be who you are. That means when we think about what traditional is, we just spoke about how grandma came in a house and reverenced that man, regardless of anything. That's a mindset. It didn't even matter whether daddy did anything in that daggone house. And I'm not saying that's how we should be now. I'm showing you that they did less and got more. When we do more, like I will come in, fold up clothes. Like I know how to, I clean very well. That's my thing. So I don't have a problem doing that. But it's hard to find a woman that will reverence you to that type of level, even when you do more than a man that all he did was just go to work. That's it. He didn't do nothing with no kids, didn't really grunt at you until it was time to have sex. But now you gotta talk to your woman, you gotta be her, the person she confide in, you gotta make sure you build her up every day. You got to be the dad. You got to change all the diapers, feed children. Then you got to check on the children, do homework with them. Then you got to make sure you take care of yourself, make sure you up because you got to go to work. Because daggone well, if your butt ain't going to go to work, oh hell no, nigga, you ain't nothing. You ain't nothing.
But that's the modern day couple. It's not just one-sided.
Okay,
so I'm gonna speak on that real quick.
But that's not modern.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Go ahead, brother.
So
the thing is backwards. Go ahead.
So speaking on that, right? Because we were talking about the whole cooking and cleaning, and so here's where it's lost. And it's simply put, and I think everybody's making shit a hell of a lot more complex than it needs to be. The cooking and cleaning was this, right? And you see the picture there, that's me and my wife. My wife works a great job, right? And she goes to work every day and comes home and damn near won't allow me in her kitchen. Not because I'm the king of the castle, but it's a labor of love. So women are showing their love by cooking and cleaning, right? She's showing me a labor of love. Now, on the flip side of that, the labor of love from me is, and you see it with dudes even today, they do a labor of love. They'll put their life on the line or they will knock someone's head off, right? Now, we've seen it skewed with a lot of dudes who a chick will say, hey, he looked at me, he was in my DM, and now you go catch a body and you're in jail for the rest of your life. That's changed. In terms of men producing like back in the day, because I hear this all the time, oh, can you build a house? Here's why we don't do that as modern men. We fail to realize this whole damn near 2 generations, at least 40 plus years of men being raised by single women. And when men were raised by single women, a few things happened. One, women tried to then make, and we see it today, that's the only man in my life. You done screwed up and created an Oedipus complex. This is my king. He's not your king. You can call him a prince, but he's not your king. He's not the only man in your life. He's not even a man. Now you've created an Oedipus complex. Now you've created a weaker man because now men are coming with emotions, etc. Because their whole, a woman can raise a man is impossible. A woman can raise a male into manhood, into the age of manhood, but literally you cannot raise a boy into a man because literally there are chemicals and shit, right? Like pheromones when you attract other people. I know it's not pheromones, but I ain't a scientist. I don't know what the term is. So
No,
there's literally chemicals that men secrete. When a boy turns 13, what do we say? He's smelling his nuts. Well, if there's another man around with smellier bunion feet or smellier nuts, that little boy ain't gonna do nothing. Like Stan Joseph said. And it wasn't even punching a man in the chest, but the threat of your daddy punching you in the chest was enough to correct you. Let's look at the protection thing, because women don't really. Now, before I go there, I'm gonna talk about the danger that women have. Right? Prime example, like my wife, when we were dating, just boyfriend and girlfriend, ended up having no other choice than to give some guy her phone number to damn protect herself, because she was out there by herself going to work and didn't know if this guy was going to do like the idiot in Harlem who smacked the girl with the skateboard because she said, I have a man, right? And because he was probably raised by a single mama. And as men, even though we're raised by single mothers and supposed to be able to give our emotions, we can't. So then we do dumb shit like blow up and smack a girl with a skateboard, right? But women expect men to protect them, regardless of if we have someone to protect on our own. Specifically black men, we, as a man, you are the covering of your women. I'm sure you can speak to this from your siblings and your father, right? The men are supposed to be hovering around you and showing you examples of what you need to look for in a man. So I'll give you an example. I was out in Brooklyn going to do laundry. I'm walking to the laundromat. Some girl walks up to me and is like, hey, there's this guy following me. I was like, excuse me, I don't know you from Adam. What you want me to do? Well, can you walk me back to the shelter? I told her you could walk with me to the laundromat. And then, but even that, we know if a dude is crazy enough to smack a chick with a skateboard, he's crazy enough to put a shell in my head. And that then takes the protection away from my wife. So we end up, especially as black men, having to protect people, even as a husband. I got to protect my little sister. I got to protect my cousin. I got to protect my single mama. I got to protect my single sister. And so that shit gets crazy and aggravating. So in modern times, there is a whole lot of stress on it. I'm not absolving. Like I said, it ain't fair. And heavy is the head that wears the crown. But I'm giving the reality of the situation. With that, it is almost 12 o'clock. And I got to get up because I got an appointment early as shit in the morning. So I'm going to just say my little, wipe ass work in progress every day and see success. And when people challenge you, they don't challenge you to challenge you, but they challenge you to challenge you. Accept the challenge. I'm going to watch from the clouds and go to sleep.
All right. Salute to you, Alonzo. Thanks for tuning in, man.
So, Miss E?
I'm here.
So, so let me ask you this. What would you consider yourself? Do you consider yourself traditional or modern? Let's do that so we can at least get a template.
A little bit of both.
Okay, what do you do that's traditional?
Well, I'm the only financial provider in my household. I'm a single parent. So I do go out, I work, I make for myself, I provide everything for myself and my children. I guess the traditional standpoint, yes, I do cook. Cooking is something that I do out of love for my children. I don't do it every day. That might be a more modern woman aspect. I will ask my children what they want to eat, especially on weekends, and I will make that for them to make them happy because it makes me feel good. I do, in a sense, yes, do believe that men are quote unquote the sole provider, but I do also believe that women are providers too, whether if it's on a financial standpoint.
Hold on before we go down there, because I want to make sure we stay on the what's name, because you asked the question earlier. I'm trying to basically give you the answer. So you said all the things you named that you provide for your household, you cook, you clean, you take care of your children.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would you consider that the traditional role of a woman?
No.
Exactly. So in this case, you're not traditional, and I'm not saying by choice. This is actually probably by default, because I don't know your whole situation as far as with your children's dads or anything. But I'm gonna just say by default, you're in the modern role because you're in the role of a man, and this is the problem. You're in the role of most women, and the problem is they think they're traditional because they're taking care of the home. But like the first word you used was provider.
But that's why I said I'm a little bit of both. I didn't say I was necessarily modern. I'm forced in that modern role.
Right. I said.
But I still have my traditional values. I can still have those values.
So give me something traditional that you do.
I just told you.
No, you didn't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Give me one thing you do traditional.
I still have to be the nurturing mother that comes home and that cooks for her children and take care of them and do the homework and all of those things. I still have to do those. I still have to boost their confidence. I still ask them how their day was. Okay, so
now those things you're adding, because at first you didn't say that. Okay, so now the thing you're doing with your children, that's traditional. As far as cooking and cleaning, all men up here and women that at some point in time when they're single or stuff, they have to do those things. So that's just the operations of a regular functioning person. When you said you was a provider, that's the modern role. When you said you was nurturing and doing your things for your children, that's traditional role.
Yeah, but I also did mention that I was cooking and cleaning. I said all of those things.
No. Again, I said everyone does that. So that's just a functioning person.
That's not necessarily true. And let me tell you why, though. Because you have a lot of even single households or two-parent working households where we're doing so well enough that, there's enough money to hire a groundskeeper.
That's not traditional.
That's what I'm saying.
So no, okay. So you're not listening to what I'm saying. Not listening to what I'm saying.
You're telling me, no, listen. You're sitting
you're not
there
listening to me, 84.
But no, you're saying that me cleaning and cooking is something that people have to do for themselves. Technically, you don't have to do that for yourself anymore because a lot of people are making enough money to pay somebody to do that. You have these meal prep companies where you can pay someone to prep all your meals for the week. You're not cooking the meal. The most that you're doing is you're putting it in the microwave.
Okay, so listen to what you're saying, ma'am. You're talking about a modern invention. Like, ma'am, just follow me here. Please just follow me.
I don't understand what you're saying. You keep saying...
Wait. Let me intervene real quick.
Nobody's listening to have a conversation. People are listening to recording.
Hold on. Let me intervene real quick, right? Now, Truth, correct me if I'm wrong, okay, right? I think what you're saying, because I heard you said default, and I also heard E saying, E, turn the camera on, we gotta see you a little bit, I'm listening here. But Truth, it sounds like what you're saying, right? By default, because she is a single mom, right? And she said she's traditional because she does the things like cook and clean at home with her kids, but she doesn't have a man that she's being subservient to. You're saying that's kind of like the modern lifestyle because usually modern women are mostly doing those type of things anyway, right? And for the average lifestyle, most modern women are pretty much single or in relationships, but still single with someone else's kids. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The reason why it's confusing is because we get things that normal functioning adults. We're just talking about normal functioning people. Before all this door dashing and food preps and all this modern things that we have now. Let's take it back into 1970. Normal, regular, single people, functioning people have to cook for themselves. They have to clothe themselves. They have to clean unless they're dirty. Now, I don't know about the dirty people. That I'm talking about if you're a normal functioning person that likes to clean, likes to cook for yourself, and things like that. These are normal functioning things. Now, since you are a provider, you provide for the household. You go to work. You said you're outside of the house predominantly of the time as well, correct?
Yeah, I have my Monday through Friday, 9 to 5.
Right. Okay, so you got a perfectly said, 9 to 5. None of that is a traditional thing that a woman does. Now, the only thing that you said that was traditional was you said, hey, I still have to come in and nurture my children. I have to come in and do the homework. Those were the traditional aspects.
Okay, so that's why I said I'm both.
Okay.
That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Okay, so
hold on, true.
You're just. I feel like you're trying to just dismiss that whole traditional part of me, and I say that I play both roles.
No, you do play both roles, but
hold on. Let me step in real quick. Because we gotta get the stand too. I know Stan just stepped in. Stan, what up, man?
Sure, Stan.
We see Idris Alba cousin up in the building. We see him. What's going on? Now listen. With that being said, right? Here's the thing, right? Now, Lady E, why? Okay, this is my question, right? You know what I'm saying? And this specifically for you. Why is it, right? Why is it that you have such a hard demeanor at times? You know what I'm saying? Why does it seem like you have an attitude sometimes, girl? Like, why does it seem like that?
No, he asked me a question. He asked me, do I consider myself traditional or do I consider myself modern? And I said, I'm a little bit of both. But then he took it and said, well, what makes you such and such? And so what I said, what makes me traditional, as for I am the provider of my household, blah, blah, blah. What makes me modern. Now, as for what makes me traditional or the extra things that I do in my household that technically, I guess you would say, some people wouldn't have to do. And it's like, he goes, no, that makes you a modern woman. And I'm like, well, you just said X, Y, and Z is what makes you a traditional woman.
That's right. That's why you say,
what did I say? What
do you
when I said I was cooking and doing all of those other things, you said that made me a modern woman.
No.
But then 2 seconds later, you turned around and said that being the nurturing parent and doing the cooking and all of those things make you a traditional woman.
Okay, so to put things in proper context, please follow me here, please. Predominantly, you are traditional. I mean, not traditional, modern. You have traditional attributes when it comes to the children, because that's your job. The child. That's your job. Everything else is what a man is supposed to be doing. Just like Stan is single. I mean, I think see, if you're not single, Stan, then what's the name? But I don't think he has a woman living in his house. Okay, my fault, Stan. So let's pretend Stan is single. I'm pretty sure Stan can cook. Can't you cook, Stan? Oh yeah.
You better know how to cook.
Oh yeah. Okay, so there we go.
These women can't cook. These women cannot cook.
Okay, so
Caribbean people know how to cook.
Okay,
I mean, the guy is Haitian. Of course he could cook.
So y'all can
He has to know how to cook.
All right, y'all can bust each other up about cooking. The point I'm trying to make is Stan cooks. Stan keeps himself clean. He cleans his whole household. Okay, if he had a woman, I said if you had a woman, I said if, that would be her job. And essentially that would be okay, they can't cook. Pretend that they can cook.
No. You have met Haitian women before.
Okay,
like, don't say that.
Stan.
I don't want to wake up and be a cat in the morning.
Stan, please don't derail it. Just please pretend you're traditional. I get it. You don't want doing none of that. You got that. You got the cooking. You can cook. I understand that. What I'm saying is this: dealing with the children, that's a traditional role for a woman. Providing, take care of all the other stuff that you do, taking care of the bills, taking care of when stuff get broken in the house, all those type of things. That would make you a modern woman, predominantly because most of your job is modern, and the back end is traditional. You what else do you have a yard?
I live in a condo, so I pay the HOA fees that takes care of the yard work.
Oh, see, all the things of a man. And that's basically what I'm saying. So that answers.
these are
So
Wait,
that doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense.
No,
because you gotta pay HOA.
it doesn't. I had the option of purchasing.
Whoa. We live in modern times. So of course we're gonna be modern. What the hell are you talking about?
You just said what I was. Okay, so if we're living in modern times, you're going to be modern. What are you? You're modern. So you prove my point. You're modern.
Wait, hold on for a second.
Modern. Yes.
Stop.
In modern times.
Wait, hold on.
And so this is what I'm talking about. Top G, you weren't here for the beginning of when I was speaking, and I was speaking on how we are labeling women as modern day women when we all have evolved from 40, 50, 60 years ago. Majority of us, we're not traditional anymore. We may have some traditional values, but we are all modern today. We have all changed.
Okay,
from 50, 60 years ago. And that's the point that I made, but you were not here to hear that.
Oh, well, we agree that you're modern. Yes, I agree.
Wait. Okay, wait. Hold on, everybody.
Yes. That was my point.
Wait, quick. Hold on.
So I was right.
Yeah. Wait, hold on.
No, you're not right.
You're modern.
Wait, hold on, guys. I don't want to dilute you guys again, but hold on now. Right? Lola, as far as this conversation, wait, hold on. Yes. Okay. As far as this conversation is, I gotta get to Stan respectfully, all right? He's been patient, he's been quiet, he's Haitian. You know how these Haitian brothers get. They're not usually the patient ones, though. So,
oh, Lord have mercy.
Stan, please. I apologize on behalf of these guys, right? But go ahead.
No, it's all good. I was going to answer, Queens had a question of what it looked like earlier. And of like how men are being disrespected. And I like what I references to is church, where you had young boys that were bullying grown married men in front of their wives and their children and belittling these men in front of their wives and their children and showing like no respect at all. And it was so ongoing. And then for me, looking at it, I was not going to have some little boy come and talk to me like some virgin, go sit down and tell me I got a life experience. Go sit down somewhere, before I just go ahead and call my auntie. Wait, before I start, the values that I have to say is not condoned from this network. So
yes, you do. What? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. This is all what non-relationship is all about.
Yes. I would have gone to the aunt. I'm like, hey, call some demons and here's the person's name. And I would have handled them people right quick. But the thing those men needed, or those little boys needed in church, and they still do, is grown men need to punch them in the chest to show them some boundaries. Because there was some stuff that was going on, like, how are you going to come in somebody's house and you're talking to the man of the house like he's some child? I wasn't there for that Bible study, but if I was, I would have handled him and kicked him out. That stuff is ongoing when it comes to men. It's very disrespectful, because if you did that to anybody else, you'd have been, handled. Just because we're Christians.
Wait, you said Bible study? What did I miss?
I was at one point there was a Bible study and somebody from the little crew, I'm not going to say names, came in and disrespected a grown man's house.
Wait, okay, so some young punks came over to a grown man's house and disrespected the grown man that's in his house?
Yes.
And he's married and he's older?
Yep.
And what did
I wasn't there for that Bible study, but if I was, man, I would have handled him. And it's like, it's stuff like that where their environment is
soft.
It's crazy, because like you can't, the whole thing of the attack on men is a lot. Like, I'm like, guys, this is too much. What's going to happen now? Do you want men to shut down again? Because we can go right back to that, where men will be secretive and shut down, and then you guys won't know nothing. And it's like,
oh man, they hate the
I'm confused about what that has to do with modern and traditional or
something you said, like
marriages.
You said a while ago
about like what grown man allowing some young boys to come in his house and do a Bible study and punk him. I'm a little confused as to what that correlates to modern and traditional
earlier
marriages.
Earlier you mentioned something like what it looked like disrespecting a man. and what that environment looks like. Because it's just like what that environment looks like. I don't see that all the time. I'm just like referencing to like what it was in church when you had little boys. And when I mean like little boys are like people who are under 30 with no life experiences could sit down and talk to your husband like he's some child. And to me, that was crazy. I have never seen that before in my life. And it was condoned by leadership in that church. So that's what I'm talking about in the environment setting. That's why I seen it. And again, these little boys going into grown people's houses. We can talk about names afterwards, but you and me, we talk. I always tell y'all guys.
No, but I'm just saying that's everywhere though. You got grown men at jobs who now there's a fresh college student that's their boss berating them and putting them down. It's every situation. And again, it can be in any walk of life.
But understand, but you don't do that in front of their wife. And you don't do that in front of their kids at all. Right? But what handles in the workplace though, HR, because something a lot of young people don't understand, older people know the rules. They know the layout of the land. You're coming in there being cocky. People need to go and handle you real quick. You need to be knocked down a couple of pegs so you can grow. And that's it. And we can get back to that environment.
So E, I would like to say thank you for being a modern woman with some traditional values. I appreciate you. Keep going. And make sure you tell that man HOA fees that he needs to garden. Okay?
Queen, are you leaving? Queen, you just interrupted me.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I'm so sorry. I really just thought you were done. I'm sorry.
All right,
this conversation has went so many places.
I know. But look, I agree with you, but like we have to get
you, and you're right. That shouldn't have never happened. And that man should have told them little boys, either you walk out or I'm gonna kick you like the football through the goalpost.
But understand, like the environment, you can't do that. But sometimes we have to get back to that place. That's why we have all this chaos, because these boys don't understand their limits. You're just a boy. You don't understand grown men's strength. I would never sit down and curse out a 60-year-old man. He'll punch me in my sternum, like right there in the chest, knock me out. Like, people don't understand that whole thing when you talk to men. It doesn't matter like the size of a man, whatever. When a man hits you and he's full of rage, that's something different. And we have to get to understand men, not be scared of men, but respect men, because like it's a little different. Like, you cannot go off on men because you think that you have this law behind you. Like, just don't do it. You treat others the way you want to get treated. We've gotten away from the golden rules and just simple basic stuff that we used to do. Treat people with respect and dignity.
Community, there's no more community.
That's true.
That's a big fact.
If I cursed out somebody down the street,
that's a big fact.
And my parents were nowhere to be found. Guess what? That lady down the street who's real close to my family, she could yoke me up and take care of me, right? Yep. And then she told my parents, so I'm getting taken care of 2 more times when they get home. But that's no longer the mentality. So we move differently, unfortunately, and there's no
Queen,
respect.
I got a question for you. Do you think our move for more stuff is the sacrifice we have for quality of life that we used to grow up in?
Wait, before you answer that question, right? I just want to say salute to Bolo TV.
Hey, Bolo.
After you guys have your exchange, I want to make sure Bolo gets his time to speak too.
Yeah, and I want for that Queen and for everybody else. Like,
would you say that, Stan? Say that again.
Do you think that us getting more stuff, the trade-off of us getting the jobs, us getting the education, us getting the houses, the big houses, is the trade-off for our way of life? Like how we used to live, we traded off for things, and that's for everybody in the panel.
No, I don't think it's. I mean, we're moving in different times, so we can't live like our grandparents lived because we don't live in that era. But we can still have a village mentality around us. We can still have that, but we have to go after it. It's just not a given anymore. We have to go after it. And a lot of people aren't willing to put in that work. And then a lot of people don't trust their neighbors. And then you got the situation that happened when we was on lockdown. So everybody went in isolation mode, self-preservation. It's all about self now. So we're coming out of that, and no one's, it's still the remnants of it. I mean, you couldn't even go to the store and get tissue. I mean, people had to fight to give stuff to the elderly because people couldn't get out, couldn't get food, and so yeah. So, I don't think it defeats it. I think we just have to go after it more now.
So we have to go after like the morals, right?
Morals and a village mentality.
Okay.
Yeah.
But how do we do that, Queen?
Wait. Hold on, guys. I gotta get to Ball TV though.
I'm too modern for you, Truth. I don't want to talk to you right now. I gotta go get some gardening, some seeds first before I gotta plant and plow before I,
No. Queen, you gotta go pluck the chicken. You gotta go pluck the chicken. You gotta make the dinner. You gotta go change the diapers, and we also gotta make sure you 8 months pregnant and barefoot in the kitchen.
And I gotta go milk Becky too.
Hey, look, and I like my steak medium rare. On Mondays and Tuesdays.
You don't get no food.
And Wednesdays and Fridays, I want it rare done. All
right?
Truth.
Access.
Truth. I'm a modern man. I pay HOA. I ain't cutting nothing. Yeah. I will burn the grass. I don't want no yard work. That's why I got a job. I do not want to do yard work ever again in life.
But hold on for a minute. Ball TV, are you able to? Can you say something real quick? I don't know
Hello.
if it's still okay.
One, two. I can hear me?
Yeah, your mic is good.
Yes,
Middle
sir.
Day Lux, like, salutes to you. You want to come up? Go ahead.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Truth, what's going on, everyone? It's like I fit, man. Ladies,
When
man. It's been a long weekend. I'm Haitian, man.
What? Hey, I got your email. I came back in town, so I'm going to email you tomorrow.
All right, then. Long weekend. I think with you guys are having a good conversation. I think what we're missing is the mindset, right? I think we get caught up in, what's traditional and what's modern. The one thing the Most High tells you is he's the same today, tomorrow, and yesterday. So it doesn't matter what time he's in, he's still who he is. So when we're talking about, women out there in the streets, we always talk about Proverbs 31. We want that Proverbs 31 woman, that virtuous woman. What we seem to forget is Proverbs verse 31, verse 14, where it says that she is like the merchant ship, bringing home her food from afar. She gets up while it's still night and provides food for her family and portions for her female servants. She considers a field and she buys it. The virtuous woman never stayed home. So I'm trying to understand why men keep saying that women that go out there and work, they're not virtuous or they're not in a traditional mind state. Never did a woman stay home and just do nothing. They were always out in the street doing something because they provided for their homes while the husbands was out there fighting wars. And this is why I think that, the historical understanding of the time set and things of that nature is very important to understand. The woman never stayed home. She never stayed home. I'll say it again. She was always out working. She got up like the merchant ships. Merchant ships are up 2-3 o'clock in the morning. And she went out there and she bought vineyards. She did what she had to do. She made sure that the kids was clothes. She made clothes. She bought vineyards, which means that she had to go out there and she had to deal with the economy. So she worked. So what was a traditional woman? It was a mindset. She knew that all the things that she had to do, whether it was 10, 15, I don't care, she has 30 BAs or degrees. At the end of the day, she knew what her position was at home. She understood that when she went into that world, she went to go get all the spoils to bring it home to her family. That's the thought process, and that's what we're missing. And it's the same mindset with men. When we're looking at the men today, you go on these different panels, you hear men complaining more than women do. They think it's them saying, I need this, I need that. When you're a man, you don't have to tell people what you are. They automatically know. When you walk into a room, they know what you are. So, if you're, when you have all these dudes on these different panels talking about all the women. We spend more time talking about the women that we don't want opposed to the women that we do want. You go on these panels, these cats is talking for 55 hours about women that are this, that, and the third, and they spend 10 minutes on the woman that they want. The thought process that you have to end, that you have to understand is this. What you think, so shall you will be. Whatever your focus is, that's what you are going to be. That's what your character will show forth. So if you're focused on trying to find that traditional woman, the vibration that you pull out, your vibe will attract your tribe. That's just the way it is. We can sit here and conflate the conversation about there's 8 billion people on the planet and there's 10 million women that are just 10 billion women that are off. You're not looking right. You know, Truth said something that was very important. I think we glossed over. It starts with you knowing who you are. Period. See, once you know your worth, you will demand your value through your standards. So, if I know that I'm worth $100,000, I ain't taking nothing less than that. See, a lot of our patience, we don't want to wait. We go out there looking for the woman that we want opposed to the woman that we need. And there's a big difference. And this is why we fall short. And it's the same thing with women. You go out there looking for the men you want opposed to the men you need. You turn. And, I think that the conversations that we have get kind of thrown to the left. There are no perfect person. There is no perfect person out there for you. You make that person perfect for you. And what does that mean? It sounds like it's contradicting. No. When I find that woman, she's already supposed to. When the scripture says a man finds a wife, what does that mean? That means that she has the pillars of what being a wife is. Now, for me to find that wife, I have to have the pillars of what being a husband is. So before I become a husband, literally marrying a woman, I'm already a husband. This is what cats are not understanding. So now as we grow together, we become perfect for each other because now we're molded. This is that process where 1 and 1 becomes 1. Marriage is the only place where 1 and 1 don't equal 2. So this is the thing that we have to understand. We grow together. We learn each other. We start finishing each other's sentences. I look at her, and she already know what I'm thinking. She'll look at me, and I understand what she's thinking. She knows a woman is to protect her man's peace. If you have a wife at home and she's not protecting your peace, don't look at her. Look at you because you picked her. Look at you. The purpose of, the reason why we have this gender war going on right now, and again, I'm going to be called a simp, and I get it. I'm good. It's because of men. Let me explain why I say that. At the end of the day, everything falls on us. If we are the kings, air quotes, the presidents, the czars, whatever dictator name you want to put on yourself, at the end of the day, the Lord didn't come to Eve when she ate the fruit. It was her fault that sin came into the world. But what did the Lord say? The Lord came when he ate the fruit and said, because of you, we all died. So we have to understand as men, a woman is going to follow leadership. She has no choice. Why? Because that's built into her. But if her spirit is saying, this dude complained too much, she ain't following you. It just is what it is. So we have to start getting into who we are as men. Forget the woman. They're going to be here when we're ready. But we need to start to build each other up and start showing these youngins that's coming up what real men are. You don't need to walk into a room and pound your chest. You don't need to. Men know when to apply pressure. A man can be with his wife. And in today's day, if a man takes 2 steps back, he's looked at as weak. They look at him as weak. Now, you got played in front of your wife. But you know what? Your wife and you are tapped in. She already knows that you had to take 10 steps back to take that 40 that we're going to take tomorrow. See, when your wife knows you, your wife knows what you're capable of doing. She knows that you can burn down this building, but because of what you need to do and where you need to be, she knows that you need to take 3 steps back. This is what the wife always looks at his vision and says, this is how we need to make it work. She's the one that helps you create your vision. She's the one that taps into you. Now, a lot of men say, no, I don't need the woman to do that. You do, brother. You do. Because a woman is going to touch you in places that a man can't. A woman is going to be able to raise your thought process that a man can't. Now, there's things that my brothers can do for me that my wife can't. Obviously, that is. But at the same time, I'm not bone of bone with them. I'm bone of bone with her. She's going to know things about you that no other man will know. And this is the importance of understanding that. Once you realize what you are, I don't need to put my foot on the neck of a woman. I don't need to. They don't look at that as you being a man. They look at you as being a dictator. And you know what she's going to do? She's going to hold on to that vine before the man she wants come and she lets go of you. A woman should never be afraid of you, dog. Now, she should have fear. There's a difference. She should understand that when my man gets to a certain level, let me just chill. But she should never be afraid of you. Our marriage should be emulated after Christ's marriage to the church. The church wasn't afraid of Christ, but the church had fear of Christ. And that's what it should be based on. So that's all I came to say, guys.
Hey, man,
True, I'm
good
gonna call you tomorrow.
man.
Guys, love you all, man. Have a blessed night.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Blue.
I forgot that I was muted, but shout outs to Bolo TV. You know, the man came in like, you know, spitting some good truth to this.
Elijah the prophet came in.
Now, in response, I will say to this, right? You know, and don't use this as a weapon, women, to make your constant mistakes and then always try to put on us. It's a difference. But in leadership, right? Okay, men of today is not what men used to be back then. Unfortunately, a lot of these modern men are just straight pussies. Let's just be honest, okay? Yeah, a lot of y'all guys are, you know? Like,
you okay?
Wait, hold on. Y'all damn near came in like fix anything. You know, yeah, you gotta call someone else to do it for you.
Correct.
My point is that, like, I don't know who raised y'all like the E40 song, but the thing is, we gotta get our stuff together, okay? Not just finances as a way to solve all of our problems. We have to be educated as men. We have to look. If nobody else around your community is going to teach you how to be a responsible man for the right reasons, you have to do your due diligence to find some type of mentorship. Because honestly, nothing's going to be handed to you like a silver platter. You know what I mean? So we got to go out there and we got to find the type of men that we know, because we're good at differentiation. Okay, so we got to find the type of men like Bolo or like Vaughn or whoever, right? That can actually teach men how to act like men, but also take responsibility for our own personal actions. Okay? But then yet, don't be no bitch and let some other chick run you. You know what I mean? You still got to be firm. You still got to stay strong.
Hey, M3.
Yeah, that's the wisdom right there, bro. That's something that I had to learn is it's a wisdom between making sure you stand firm and then not be reactionary. And that's something that I had to learn. Is I speak to Bolo a lot, and he helped me out with a lot of different things. And you know, one thing that he said, and this is one thing that I told other guys too, is we can't complain about certain things that we choose when we know it's wrong. Like I spoke to who was it, Ali, when we was going back and forth about the state of the women that are today, and I said, bro, at the end of the day, we're choosing them, and then what happens is we ignore what we see, and then we think things is going to change, and it's not. It's not going to change. They are who they are. You can't force them to be something that they're not, and that just legitimately means that is not your wife. Bolo's right. You're not going to have to tell them anything. They're going to move exactly how you are. Exactly how you are, they're going to automatically mimic right along with you, because they're going to be able to see themselves inside of you. You ain't going to be able to, you ain't going to have to tell them, oh, yo, you need to do this. I need you to listen. I need you to not do this. I need you to not do that. Like, you shouldn't have to keep talking to somebody over and over and over and over and over again about circumstance.
What up, baby?
You feel what I'm saying? So that type of person, once you see like certain red flags or anything, or they just not on your program, you got to get up out of that quick, or you wasting your time. And then it's better off for that person, that woman. She got to go find who's the person that can deal with the stuff she's going through, or whoever she is. She's somebody else's wife. So
correct.
Man, we just gotta go back to to the old school days. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I go back to the old days. You know what I mean? Michael Jackson was singing in the back. Let me show you. Let me show you. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna go back to that. We're gonna go back to that. You know what I'm saying?
Michael the magician, man. I'm telling you.
That ain't it. That's what gets you in trouble right there. All that singing and loving stuff. No, that don't do nothing. That
we're gonna go back to that.
Mr. 84, I'm tired of you calling me
that
mean.
will make you weak.
I didn't even say that.
Wait, huh?
Old school days. I didn't even say that.
Wayne, yes, it does. It makes it weak.
Wait. Oh, I can't hear what Lady E was saying. Wait, Lady, what you say?
I said I'm tired of Mr. 84 calling me mean.
You are mean.
He's stupid.
I am not mean.
Yes, he is.
He's slow.
I didn't hear Mr. Best call you mean.
You're not mean.
You did. See, Stan understands the Caribbean standpoint. Like we're not fussing.
This is our what do you call it? The resting face. It's like that's the resting face. We all have it. We just looking like.
Well, no. I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask Lady E, right? Because you look like you're about to go to sleep. If you want to end the stream, feel free to let us know in the back check, and we could.
Because I gotta get up 5:30 in the morning.
I got one question. Before you end the stream.
Okay, what's the question?
One question. What Bolo said is true, right? And I think there's something I've noticed in the culture, right? We say that P word punk, and what the word punk means is inexperienced boys. And I think a lot of times, boyhood leads you towards manhood because you have a lot of training as a boy. A lot of these guys, they were just straight up punks. They were never boys. They don't know their own strength. They don't know how to control their tempers. There's a lot of trainings that they need that's a lot deeper than we could provide. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Stan, it's a difference between like certain things you needed as a child, bro. You needed to be around men. I had my biological father for the first 7 years of my life. And I had my grandfathers, and then I had my stepfather, my brother's father. So I was always around, in the presence of a man, and not just any type of man, like an actual thorough man. A man, like M3 said, they work with their hands.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And that's why I tell people I got two hands for two different orders to work with and to put niggas together with. That's what they're for. And that's
wait a minute. Now you said that. Now come on, M3, say what you gonna say. The value. He always say that when I say something, you just say something.
Look, Stan. I gotta get my glasses fixed, okay? Right. So, I already utilized all my dark magic, right, from the previous live streams. Probably had something to do with Queen. Who knows, right? Doing Animal First, a few others.
Queen.
But the point is, E is getting sleepy. I want to respect her time.
All right, and, E. Good talking to you, seeing you.
Good night, y'all. Until next time.
Soon.
Wait.
Don't forget New Orleans, my trip.
I just want to say, this was a definitely a very good, exciting, thought-provoking live stream. I appreciate you, for all your questions, and thank you for hosting the channel and stuff. So please come back again.
Thank you for having me.
Thank
you for everyone that tuned in. Make sure y'all hit the like button.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, until next time, because I gotta get up in 6 hours.
Yeah. Hey, E, always remember, E, even the Flintstones were modern.
And lady, I'll hit you up some more behind the scenes, and we'll discuss, further things or whatever else. But yeah, we'll talk.
I'm getting called to the principal's office again.
Hey!
Oh gosh, here we go. Here we go.
He's
the
the principal. He the janitor.
Hey, Queen, like I said, that singing stuff make men weak.
Whatever. No, it don't. No, it don't. Whatever.
All right,
but okay. So say this.
Peace out,
You said being a singer and all that love is not getting nobody nowhere. So what you doing? Where's it getting you?
No, I'm
just saying. So you saying one don't matter, but
I'm about to answer that.
Where is it getting you?
I'm about to answer that. The reason why I said don't work because I'm a singer. I love that soft music, but I had to give that up last year too. I ain't doing that anymore.
Nah, you ain't.
Man, you gotta play that music.
No, it don't. Hey, listen, man. One thing. Ever since 2005, I'm gonna say those days is gone, man. All the love and all that fairy tale stuff, that stuff is gone, bro.
Do you got a hard heart?
No. Listen. See, I told you. Thank you.
Hold on, but truth though. Let me keep it real with you. Wait, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Stop the singing real quick, bro. But truth though, you gotta keep it G with you real quick, bro. It's all part of vibration, though. You see, the vibration is off. See, the thing is, though, I think we need to go back to those times, right, where love used to exist. Because you know what? That's why you got a lot of angry people up in here, up in the chat. You know, people are just angry, goddammit. And I don't know what's going on.
You keep saying, okay, so you listen. You want, okay, so let me.
Truth, though, you was getting angry at the Nightbot. What did Nightbot do to you?
Yeah, screw that night. Yeah, screw that Nightbot. So listen, so imagine what? So imagine
wait, hold on, guys, hold on.
Can you shut up? Why are you singing? Please shut up.
Wait, I told you. Yeah, I told you.
Please stop.
Don't tell her. Don't say Queen C. I told you she don't like it. I told you.
Hey, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Hey, I told you. Wait, everybody.
Don't
hold on.
I'm
always right.
You don't know what I like. It's okay.
I'm going after you, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Hold on for 1 second. Give me about 1 minute, real quick. Yo, I gotta give a special shout out to DJ Eddie King.
Cheer. What's up, What's up, Queen? What's up?
All right, don't forget
blood in. Mr. Best.
I forgot to say that. I'm sorry, Truth.
Mr. Yes, sir. Mr. Best 84. What's up, brother?
What's going on? Look, they do.
They had the man.
What you mean?
What's up, man?
What'd you say?
They enjoy singing, Truth. You're wrong. They do enjoy singing. Women do enjoy.
She just told you, please stop that mess.
DJ Eddie, Truth needs to start singing some love tracks. He needs some Quiet Storm tracks, DJ.
Listen, let me tell y'all something. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. I'm gonna tell y'all something.
Doing in the chat?
Okay. I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. Honestly, y'all don't. My playlist is better than all of y'all. I'm trying to tell you that right now.
What's your playlist?
My playlist is fire.
What you got, Drake?
What is it? Making my way downtown?
My playlist is fire.
What you got, Drake? Chris Brown?
No, I got everything. Trust me.
Okay, so you got Drake. Because if it's not Drake,
now, but listen, I'm going
to. You
have
no heart. You don't have a playlist.
Okay, everybody, hold on for a second. I don't want to mute everybody, but let Truth talk real quick. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Go ahead, Truth.
So I said, listen, let me tell you something. Now, again, we already know I'm the hard dog up here, but when it come to that plant, that environment, I'm second to none. I'm gonna just say it like that, second to none. And look, my name says Truth, okay? I don't tell no lies. I'm second to none when it comes to that, bro.
Tender love.
But it's your truth, not the truth.
Second to none, Jordan. I'm trying to tell you.
It's your truth.
That emotion. Okay, I get your Truth.
Oh, look, they both singing together. They singing
but
together.
It don't work. But M3, honestly,
Temptations and David Brother.
It don't work though. All that love stuff and everything like that don't work.
I refuse to let you
It don't work. I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, how does it don't work? Like that's like what you mean don't work?
All right, so in other words, see, all right, look, back in the day, you were singing and all that, and y'all would vibe, y'all would dance and all that type of stuff, and that's the women that are soft and feminine and all that type of stuff. That's the type of women, they love that type of stuff. We got the hard ones, we got thugs now, all right? We got thugs, they gang signs, they rep their cities and all this type of stuff. I'm trying to tell you. These the hardest females, I'm trying to tell you. And they ain't but so big, but they harder than you. All right.
But even the Bible, David played music that calmed the evil spirit in King Saul, though.
Yeah, David did.
So music can pull strings. So you're playing the wrong music to soften the hard girl, because you're hard.
Oh.
So if you're hard, you can't play the right music.
Once again. Once again,
M3, press it again.
No, let him talk.
So once again, I'm gonna say it for the millionth time. It ain't about being soft, man. You got to remain in your masculine frame.
It's not soft. King David was the most masculine man in the world. He was a lover.
Yeah, I hear you.
He had a communication with God. He healed people. He cared for people. So masculinity is not very tough.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I know who David is. I speak
and
about
King David was also a lover. So
he was so much of a lover, right? That he took somebody else's girl.
Okay, so exactly.
And he's a man after God's own heart. So,
so listen, hey Stan, how come? Okay, so no, I ain't even gonna go there.
No, I love. So.
Oh, you guys, man.
Y'all all need therapy.
I know. Go ahead. What you about to say?
Wait, hold on for a second. Wait, hold on. Pause real quick. Pause, bro. Hold on, wait, pause.
Oh, let's clean
Y'all mentioned something. Hold on, pause real quick. Hold on. Okay, first of all, right? All right, music is therapy. Why do you think we used to call it musical therapy? Right, E40? Mm-hmm. So yeah.
Yeah, M3. Yeah, M3.
Yeah. You also need another type of therapy.
Hold on. So like standing in the chat.
Some music can put you in jail.
So like standing in that music. Okay, hold on. So like standing in the chat will say, right? We can't do anything right?
You're right, because you're a man.
No. Y'all just mad, right? Because we're not saying move.
No.
Get out the way.
No, that's the music that they want.
We're not talking about
you just mad.
That's the music that they want.
See, we're not talking about that. We're talking about something positive.
That's the music that they want.
What's wrong?
Go ahead,
that's no angry, man. Y'all want to just play angry music.
It ain't put on love music and make love no more. You need to put on that hard music and thump them.
Man, somebody need to get out. Huh? That's what it is.
Thump me. I'm the wrong one to thump. Don't play yourself. You will end up in a body bag.
He's not talking about you, Queen.
I'll hug you and I'll bury you.
Don't play yourself. Do not play yourself. Don't even go there. Don't play yourself. And you up there, you quiet. Stop singing. Don't play yourself.
Listen.
Hold on. Let me put this out there real quick. Hold on. Mute yourselves real quick. Mute yourselves, right? So look, here on Knowledge and Relationships, okay, right? What we just is got political, financial, medical, nor legal advices for entertainment purposes only, and also be advised that the opinions from our panelists, guests, and chat are not necessarily the viewpoints of Knowledge and Relationships, and they're definitely not my viewpoints as well too. I don't believe in stomping them. What?
You wrote it. You wrote the script.
Hey, first of all, right?
You wrote it.
I didn't write no script. I didn't write the script down.
You did, M3.
Well, okay, y'all not reading, right? First of all, Lady E was the host of it. This was inspired by her.
84. Listen, she just told you stop it.
You're the only one I
He's doing it. You know why he's doing it. So I'm not worried about him.
Says facial expression on price of the deed. Place on whispers if you say yes. I'll be listening while
go ahead and sing it, 84. Say yes.
No, please say no.
Wow.
Hey, DJ Eddie, that is funny. That is funny. That's funny as crap, man. I'm trying to tell you right now, that's funny.
That song is the bomb.
Hey, but look. It's so smoothing, right?
Hey, Queen said, no, please say no.
No, hold on. What's the other song? Wait, hold on, Bess. What's the Michael Jackson song?
All right, check this out. After we log off this, I'm gonna share my playlist with y'all. I'm gonna show y'all.
Oh yeah. Wait, true. You are not. Wait, Bess. We gotta start over. For you, Truth, because you are not alone. Come on, sing, Bess.
Hold on. See, I'm doing all this. I told y'all about doing all this singing. Don't play yourself.
Oh, wait, I forgot.
You know, take it to the bridge. Don't play yourself. I'll come to your house. And you know I will.
You're a brother.
I missed you, DJ, yo.
I believe I could fly. I believe I could touch the sky.
I think about it every
night and day. Spread my wings and fly away.
Hey.
Hold on. Hey.
Spread my wings and open the cell. That's what you
Wait, hold on.
Hey, so, okay. Wait.
Hold on. I got mute everybody. Hold on, everybody, right? So look. Y'all saying we sound like 3 hours, right? But guess what though? We actually got a singer up in here, right? So stand right. Come on. Bust a solo, bro.
No, that was what's his name?
Hey man, hey, go on, bro.
Oh no, don't get scared now, nigga. No, don't get scared. Don't get scared now.
Come on, man. Don't
get scared now.
I listen to music. I don't sing.
Go ahead.
You remember this song?
Yeah, that's
don't get scared now.
Go ahead.
When I broke up with what's her name? Birds in the sky. This is how I feel. I'm flying high. This is how I feel. A new day. All right.
No, keep going. That was rocking, Shawty. Keep going.
Yeah, that song got some meaning to it. I didn't even know that was a break song.
Keep going, Shawty. That was all right.
You got to get up in the studio sing that.
See, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. So I can't hold a note like that. But if there's music on, I can rock out. I'm all right.
But you see, you gotta listen to love songs. That little fast stuff you listen to. That's
all right. So look. After this, when we log down, I'm just gonna give you a taste of my music.
I'm going to bed.
I'm trying to tell you, I'm undefeated.
No. I know your playlist is evil because you got no heart. Hey, before I listen to your playlist, I ain't gonna listen to your playlist. You got no heart. I want to listen to somebody who loveless. You loveless. I can't listen to you.
Hey, hold on.
Listen. One thing, look. I might have bad relationships, but that's one thing I didn't fail at, Georgia.
Wait.
Hold on. I got a message from one of our supporters.
Wait, truth. Hold on.
I got a message from one of our supporters. Salute to Sister Ramadan. She says, "This is the most I have laughed all day. Y'all are hilarious. And yes, women still do love women sing. Thank you, Sister Ramadan. We appreciate you. I'm glad we made you laugh. Thank you so much. We appreciate
She
you.
said laughing.
No, but she say singing at the end. She loves singing.
You guys are forgetting this is an entertainment channel, right?
Let me tell you something.
And laughter is the best medicine.
That's true.
I ain't gonna like it, so.
Truth, the medicine for you and DJ Eddie in 84, you might have to get him this music. You gotta listen to some Shantae Moore. Because she'll be singing to you like Sade. You need a woman to sing to you.
That's my favorite singer right there, Sade.
That's my baby right there. That's when love was love. That's love.
Because she's singing to you.
That's when
Stop listening to rap. No more rap for you this year. No more rap.
And Whitney, Sade and Whitney, that's when love was love. That was love.
No, Shantae Moore, she's singing to her man. Shantae Moore.
Listen, you know an album that's undefeated? A Preacher's Wife album is undefeated. See, y'all know nothing about that.
Look, I'm not trying to do no feminist R&B.
Yeah, 84, you know what I'm talking about, Jordy.
It's
Shantae Moore. You know what I'm talking about. They don't know nothing about that Preacher's Wife album. Yep, there you go. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So look, guys.
That's the song right there, Sean.
Guys, I gotta get to DJ Eddie King before I shut it down, like in 2 minutes, though. But
DJ Eddie.
Okay. This what I wanted to say, right? I'm just gonna say about relationships. Like, I would say, just do what you can. Do what you can when you're in a relationship. Try to make it work, man. Yes, you have men and women. They both cheat on both sides, you know, and we both bleed the same. The only difference is we can't push out a baby. That's the only difference. Also, we can't. It's no one's fault. You know, for example, you know, I could believe in the Bible, as far as I could say, like, hey, the son. You know, I believe in the Son of God. You got another one, a woman that's probably believe in, you know, Muhammad or Buddhism. You know, I can't stop her or make her believe what I believe. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you cannot be a king without the queen. You can't be a queen without the king. Okay, and this is the thing. It's no one's fault, because you know what? Let me ask you something, M3. Can you see the future?
Nope.
Exactly. I can't see the future. Queen can't see the future. Mr. Best can't. Truth can't. We can't see the future. We don't know what's going to happen. All we can do is try our best to make it work.
How you leave me out?
And stay in the man. I'm sorry. Stay in the man.
Now you got people like thinking
I can't see the daggone future.
I'm sorry.
That's so Raven, bro.
You know, and what I mean is, like, we just got to do what we can, y'all. We got to do what we can.
Try to make it work. Gonna be all right.
We got to make it work. It's no one's fault.
Yes.
Okay. It's no one's fault, man. So that's what I have to say.
We just need love. 84, go ahead, takes that song.
Man, y'all keep talking about that daggone love stuff, shorty. Y'all gonna go out here and get hurt.
Now look at you. Even Method Man came out with a love song.
You keep on messing with that love stuff, you're gonna run out here and get hurt.
I need to survive.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
So
I see
you
in the
gonna be in
chat.
a
Thank you.
relationship with no love.
No love, no more love. All duty.
No more love.
No more love, all duty.
Good luck with that.
All
But see,
duty.
we can't let a few bad apples spoil a whole bunch, man. There's some quality women out there, man. There's some great quality women.
No. That's listen. This is the thing. See, you know one thing I realized, 84. I thought this is another
No
thing.
women are good.
I thought that it was different women. I finally realized that it's the actual nature of the woman. They all are like that.
Wait, you
just gotta figure out which one you want to deal with. Half of the people, let me tell you something. Half of these dudes that are married, they're married in these households, and they can't say shit out their damn mouth or their wife going to leave them.
You can't. Why would you? It's not you don't, but that's the problem.
You can't even be a man in your household. You know that woman going to leave.
You don't wait until the house is on fire to try to save everybody.
Not trying to hear that, Queen.
You trying to hear saving.
They want you to shut up.
to keep your house from being on fire.
M3, you gotta play up. You got tomorrow. We gotta play like
truth. One thing. Listen. This is the one thing that I've learned. This is the one thing I've learned. Truth. This is the one thing I learned.
Yeah,
Look, man. Sometimes some things ain't even worth talking about no more, man. Some things ain't worth talking about. That as men, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do and keep it moving, man. Because at the end of the day, they'll never understand. They'll never understand.
Won't either.
They'll never understand. They'll never understand. No. Men are forced. Men are forced to understand.
Oh,
Me
yeah,
Too movements and all that. We are forced to understand.
No, you're
Yeah,
not.
I learned the valuable. See, the one thing.
We are forced to understand.
Hey, Queen, let me tell you something. I'm about to show you something. I even blame myself. This is the thing. I blame myself. It's my fault. It's my fault. And I mean that 100%. It's my fault. Trust me, I never do that again.
Wait. You got hurt. You're right.
I'll never do that again, shorty.
Good. Well, good luck. Good luck with that in the future.
Hey, listen.
Queen.
Hey, leave them in hell.
Are you talking about Truth? When you say it's your fault, are you talking about the old Truth or are you talking about the new?
What's going on, Daryl?
No,
Truth
listen.
ain't changed.
Hey, listen. So let me tell you this. This is what I'm saying. How I was last year was I wasn't how I was supposed to be, and what I mean by that is I was supposed to be a lot more stern, a lot more harder.
Okay.
And see, when certain things happen, I'm trying to tell you, listen, and I'm telling you right
16
now.
days into the new year. Are you serious?
Yes. Do not.
16 days.
Listen.
No.
Listen.
Where is your heart?
Listen.
It's in
heart stuff,
2022.
It's so many women out here, right? It's a lot of them. Do we agree on that? It's a lot.
What's the question?
So listen. So this is a lot of women.
I think it's an elephant in the room and ego.
Soon as one mess up,
about this, okay?
get rid of them quick because
somebody gotta mute themselves.
When it's time for them to get rid of you, they're going to get rid of your tail, okay? And they ain't going to say, oh, hey, you know what? Let's do it. No, they like, no, it's time for you to go, buddy. It's time for you to go.
So you having no
Don't do that.
no patience.
It's time for you to go, my nigga. It's somebody else's turn.
No, there's no patience. No kindness. No grace.
It's somebody else's turn, my nigga.
True. This is the rawest I've ever seen. True.
It's time to go, my nigga. 84. Listen. Let me tell you something. Now I ain't saying. Listen.
Get you a Build-A-Bear bed teddy bear and just hug it. You real hurt.
Yeah.
You real hurt.
What?
Just go get some love.
Why? Because so let me get this straight.
Don't do that to that teddy bear.
No, hold on. So let me ask you something, Queen. So what you want me to do?
Don't deserve
so hold on. Let me ask Queen something. So let me ask you this. All right. So check this out. I'm gonna just give you a scenario real quick. Give you a scenario real quick. I ask you to do something. You don't do it. What am I supposed to do? Queen?
Ask me why I didn't do it.
No. And see, what happens is I ask why.
Okay. And what was said?
Nothing.
You need to keep it.
Listen, and I'm not even lying.
You may not. You don't always have to ask. Sometimes, it should be done, but sometimes people forget.
No.
If a person sits there.
Okay, so how many times is it? Okay, so listen. How many times is that forgetfulness supposed to happen?
Put a number on it. I hate when people do that. How many
times?
No. See.
How many times do you mess up? No, hold on. I'm answering you a question. I'm answering.
Go ahead. Answer.
So I'm answering your question. Look, you say it's not a number. That's the problem. It kept happening when I was supposed to just say, get the heck out of it. So that's why I say it's my fault.
It is your fault.
Okay, so we agree.
Yeah, but not everybody's like that. Some people don't have to.
Listen, all of y'all like that.
No, don't say that. That ain't. It's not funny and it's not true. And
No.
hold on. You made a statement. That's why people are still in the predicament that they're in, because you want to base everything based off the 5, 10, 20 women that hurt you. If there's so many people, billions of people in the world, that means that you're saying that all women act and move the same way. That's bullshit. Because if that was the case, we will all be winning. We will all be the same. All men ain't the same. Don't do that.
Come on.
No. Let it go 84. Let it go 84. Let it go 84. Let it go.
I don't care what he got to say. I'm telling you from a woman's perspective. Either you're going to listen or you're going to respect it. You don't have to agree with it, but it's my opinion. Just like how you feel is your opinion. I hate when people do that. If just because of what I'm saying is not what you think, don't downgrade it. Don't put it down, and don't be condescending. It's my feelings. It's my opinion. It ain't right, wrong, or indifferent. It's how I
hurt go too as soon as I get to you.
Keep it pushing. You chose the woman. So if you feel like you got to keep talking to a dead horse, you got to look in the mirror and say, "Why am I?"
Okay, good.
John,
so we on the same page now. Luke. We on the same page. You said if I gotta keep
tyrant.
No, listen to what. No. Listen to what.
We're not slaves. We
no,
don't
listen. No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not
like no master. You are not master.
Yeah, all right. I get it. All right, I get it. I don't know what you. I ain't talk. I said I agree with what you just said. You said, hey.
Yeah, but you also said you need to be rougher. You need to be more tyrant. You need to be more assertive. That's what you said too. So that ain't working either. How's that working? So keep going down that same road.
Okay, so
you
again,
keep hitting the cliff.
Okay, so again,
I'm just saying.
I know you just saying. So once again, if I was, if I did what I was talking about doing now, then it wouldn't have been bad, and then also it would eliminate a lot of problems on both ends. You feel what I'm saying? On both ends.
Hey, true.
Because, hold on. So basically, what I'm saying is this. This is what I was trying to say. It's my fault because when certain things go on, the man is the reason why if it's successful, and the man is the reason why if it's going to end. So if I see a certain situation, I can see it, and I'm telling the person I see it, but I'm ignoring it to try to continue. It is my fault. So what happens is, if I would have got out of this situation, guess what? Man, that person probably wouldn't be beefing. Everything would have been cool, and then that's how you move forward easily. But when you keep trying to force something that ain't really supposed to be, that's when something messed up. That's what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
A person also show you who they are in the beginning. You just got to be patient enough to see it.
I just said that, Queen, and when I saw it, I should have moved. That's what I said. I said it's my fault.
It's all good.
Hey, wait, hold on. Let me ask you. Wait. Hold on. Nobody saying that.
Don't say
okay,
nothing.
do you? Wait, hold on. I'm bringing Marcus up here too.
He said that 6 times.
Listen.
He said 6 times. Hold on.
Truth. Do you blame yourself? What up, Marcus? Do you blame yourself in every situation you ever had with every woman? Do you think it was always your fault?
I'm gonna have to. I mean, the thing is, I'm gonna have to take it like that. So, all right. So I can
every
use
situation, every relationship.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. All right. If you want to go down to the brass tacks of it, no. But I'm saying just because we men, you have to say it's you. You just have to.
No, I'm saying, was it you? Forget the man part. Was it you?
Oh, fuck no. Them? No, fuck no.
That's wrong with it. Yeah, my G. Yeah. That's a top G right there. That's why we're here.
That's a top G.
Don't sugarcoat shit.
Top G.
Nigga, it was her fault.
It's her fault. I was supposed to. It's only two. My two children's moms. Those are the ones I messed up. They were my fault. They were my fault. It's only been probably 5 women I ever loved in my life. That was my children's moms, my ex-wife, and the 2 women that I was just with. Those are the women that I love. The last 3, I was a better man than I was 12 years ago. So, nah.
So let me ask you a question. Like, have you ever been?
I wish I was. Put it like this. I'm gonna let you go. I wish I was the man I was 12 years ago because I'd have had some fun. But go ahead.
Have you ever been cheated on?
Have I ever been what?
cheated on.
Yes.
Okay, now.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Now, when you got cheated on, was you already cheating?
Was I already cheating?
Yeah.
No.
Wait. You mean like who cheated first?
Yeah, yeah.
No. Okay, so like I said, 12 years ago, I haven't, since the last couple of relationships I've been, I haven't cheated on, even when they stepped out.
No, he's saying like, okay, so like, okay, in the beginning, like, you know, like, did you initiate cheating first, and then the person cheated on you?
Yeah.
Or did the person cheat on you and then let you?
Talking about with my children's moms?
Oh, whoever.
Whoever.
You first cheated or when you first got cheated on?
All right, so that's why I said with my children's moms, it was different. Now, no. To last 3 relationships I was in, I didn't cheat, even if they cheated.
Okay, cool. But he's actually like in the past, right? You know, since you had got cheated on, right? And then you said you cheated. He's actually like
no. That's what I said. Y'all got it mixed up. Okay, so with my children's moms,
yeah,
I messed that up. I cheated.
Oh, you cheated. Okay.
Oh,
you
cheated.
That's like
okay.
Previous, I didn't cheat. The last 3, I didn't cheat. Regardless.
Okay, hold on. So when you cheated on her, did she cheat on you? After you did. Okay.
Yeah, but with my so with my daughter mother, we was off and on for like 12 years. Like 10, 12 years. So in between those 10 to 12 years, I was kind of messed up. So and that was when I was out here So she finally got me back like one good time. And what happened was I had to say, you know what? I tried to swallow that pill. I said, you know what? You finally got me or whatever. And that was it. But one thing I had to realize, that ain't a good move. Once they go, they gone.
Yeah.
There ain't no coming back from that. So that's one thing I won't do.
Hey, so you have 2 kids, right? Like a guy, a boy and a daughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, okay. So, but each of them are from different women, right? Because you said 2 baby mamas.
Yes.
Okay. I was trying. Okay, I was making sure I heard that clearly, right? You know. Okay. Well, let me ask you this. This is just like a personal, curious question, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Have your children ever met each other before, like your brother and sister?
Have they ever met?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like, okay, because like sometimes like when usually like okay, if a dad have like a child by one woman and a child by another woman.
Oh, you saying what?
Have they ever met? Like
Oh yeah. So the thing was, my 2 children's moms, they was pregnant at the same time. So when my daughter was born in December, my son came 6 months later in June. So they was infants. So during the time that my children's moms, they worked in the mornings, I worked at night and overnight. So I had both of my babies at this so they was around each other all the time. So they know each other.
Okay. Cool. Because usually like mothers will separate the kids from the fathers and separate whoever else that's related to.
I'm not playing that. I need my babies right now.
Okay, no, that's good. It was just a personal question. I could dismiss that now, but Marcus.
What's good, people? My bad for coming late, man. I try to get here.
What's up, Marcus?
You're good, man.
What's up, Marcus?
Marcus is
all right.
Andrew, Queen, and 3.
What's up, Marcus Jr.? Almost.
Oh shit, he called me Junior. I was messed up.
He gets to the junior league soon, though.
Man.
Hey, M3, can I ask you my question now before I go to bed?
Well, I'm going to wrap it up anyways, but
actually, Stan.
Oh man.
Yeah, my question for you is, do you think you have a type, and does that type keep you single?
That is actually a great question.
Do I have a type, and that type keeps me single?
So, honestly, the thing that I had to get rid of, I have this thing called I had like a hero complex. And what that does is, it's like, okay, if you kind of see somebody like a little, like let's say, it seems like they need love or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm very protective, and I've always been the person that defend people and everything like that. So naturally, what happened is I gravitate and I try to comfort those people. I try, and that's man. Huh? Yeah. Basically, yep.
Hey, dun. Hey, look, man, we all been there.
Yeah. So what happens is, that doesn't work for long because it's built off of false pretenses, and usually when, like, let's say if somebody's going through something, right? Once they get out of that, because sometimes people will bond together based off of how they feeling emotionally. But once they get up out of it, it's like, oh shit, this shit ain't real, like how I thought it was. So now I want out. This ain't what I thought it was. I want out of this. Like I don't like some people say they think they love you, but they don't love you. They don't. They might like who you are. They might love how you treat them. They might love how you make them feel, but they don't love you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. You need to listen to Shantae more, okay?
and the gratitude for thanks is putting you in the friend zone. So, but yeah.
So good night, everybody.
All right, Stan. Good night.
All right, Shantae Moore, the first album.
Look, my playlist is undefeated, bro. I try to tell you, when it comes to that environment, I'm undefeated, short.
Hey, Stan.
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
Hey, Truth, did you see that fight, Truth? I know you seen that fight.
Yeah.
Wait, say it again.
Hold on, which one?
Gervonta Tank Davis.
Sure.
Hey, hold on, guys. M3's trying to share something. Hold on.
Shorty.
I'm sorry. Right.
I'm
trying to tell you.
I guess the volume of this must be
Hey, DJ, if he stay out of trouble, man, that boy can be legendary. He just got to stay out of trouble, man. But you know, we got some screw loose here in Baltimore, man. We ain't right up there. We ain't right up there.
Man. He been trying to stay out of trouble, man.
Hold on, guys. If people playing something.
You definitely got them hands. Short.
Okay, hold on, guys.
You do it, man.
All right.
You do it, Ted.
Hey, Stan, before you leave, right? I was like, before you leave, hope you can hear this. Before you leave,
you are pathetic.
Wait, what?
That's the voice. That's the voiceover I did. You hear that, True?
Can you raise the volume? Replay it. Raise the volume a little.
Okay, all right, guys.
I try. Like, I don't know why it's so low on this one. Oh.
You have failed the community.
Oh, God.
Hey, you need to get Marcus up there, man. You need to get one of his vocals, one of his tracks.
Right.
Respectfully.
Hey, Queen.
Respectfully.
Hey, Queen.
All right, guys. Good night.
All right.
Hey, Queen.
Don't fail the community, Truth.
All right, bro.
Shantae Moore.
All right, bro.
All right, Stan.
Honestly,
guys. Good night.
honestly, that's a real tough job.
Stan trying to smile with the Shamar Moore beer cut.
Oh.
Get out of here, Stan. Have a good night, bro.
Yeah. Wait, hold on, guys. I gotta wrap up with the questions, man, because I gotta get to Marcus, and after him, I have to wrap up the live stream. I gotta get ready for work.
Hey, M3, just real quick, 10 seconds. I just want to tell Queen this. Now, all jokes aside, Queen, when it comes to my children, and you know the woman I'm with, I'm very affectionate with her. Seriously, very affectionate with her, very attentive. Like that's understatement. So
you're supposed to be stingy with your heart. Not everybody deserves it.
Okay.
All right, cool. So moving on. All right, Marcus.
Oh gosh, what does he got to say?
Respectfully.
Don't play yourself. Don't play yourself, Marcus.
Don't stop.
You coming up?
Eddie, that was you? I thought it was Eddie.
I'm playing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, Marcus came into the late end of the things, but you know, pretty much we were just talking about tradition and modern marriage, and Lady E was, you know, hosting a good old show. So
Oh, well, shout out to her. My bad, I missed her, but I was in the chat earlier, but I bounced out to take care of some stuff. But I was still really supporting you guys in the chat. But what's up, man? What kind of questions you got?
Shoot, question is, man, for the little moments that you had tuned in or whatever, right? And we always appreciate your support. What did you get out of it? What did you learn from it? And salutes to Wally. Thank you for tuning in.
But I think when I last left out, it was Queen was making points on certain things that we could carry as far as like maybe sometimes like a baggage or like something that we experienced before, and we try to maybe dump it or project it onto somebody else in the next relationship. Sometimes the relationship could get sabotaged, not fully healing. So, right, Queen, correct me if I'm wrong. That was kind of the point you were making earlier.
I don't know. They took me all around the world today. I don't even remember what I was saying. I gotta look at the replay. They were getting me in my feelings, so I got off.
Yeah.
Came back.
No,
but yeah, I think at one point I did say something like that.
We took her to the
it was no. It was a valid point. It was a valid point that Queen made, but also Mr. Best had jumped in and kind of gave another, I guess, a different perspective, and he made a valid point as well, where, some of the men aren't going to live up to par to certain women. Where I'm not going to look like Shamar Moore or Drake, but there are other women who are going to appreciate you, and vice versa. The same with women. So, I remember he made. I think that was a comparison or name drops, But then M3, and I think E as well made a good point. Like I said too in the chat earlier, just like there's numbers of passport men growing sometimes, there's passport women growing too. So, but in a different stream, I was telling people, it was like, you can't go in naive either. Life ain't gonna take it easy on you if you're naive. Because if you don't listen and take notes, life is gonna teach you the hard way. And try not to get arrogant or ignorant, or try to be humble. But yeah, just learn the language, learn the customs. If you're gonna go somewhere, want to travel out, or if you want to stay in here, pick up on cues, social cues, communicate, be intentional. I think Truth says it a lot too. Is like, be intentional. Like, don't play with people's game. Don't play around like that, because you don't know how you could hurt that person mentally, spiritually, physically.
That's true.
So, just be intentional. Because like when I was at a very young age myself, bro, I was like, even at 19, 20, I was trying to get married, trying to get engaged, because I didn't want to be that person who had a shotgun wedding. And there's no shame to the ones who have shotgun weddings, but I wanted to make sure the person marries me, or I marry that person, isn't because we think we have to, but because we actually want to as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that. But my older siblings, some of them had shotgun weddings, and that they had kids at a young age, but that's kind of what pushed them to get more kids and more kids. And I was the opposite. I waited. I still don't have kids now. I'm in my late 20s, but I still got some time, but I don't want to wait forever. But if it's meant for me, and it's in God's way of saying, hey, I'm destined to have kids, then I'm destined to have kids. If I'm not, then obviously for God, it wasn't for me.
Yeah, baby. Kate.
Yeah. Well, Marcus, definitely a good point, man. And yeah, man, thank you for tuning in.
Hey, man, thank you for having me.
hey, definitely, for sure, man. I'll definitely say it like this stuff, right? I'm gonna cue the music off. Yo, man, this was definitely like a good show. And again, shout outs to Lady E. She's probably now resting in bed, probably. But I just want to say, yeah, this was definitely like a good show, and thank you everybody, man, for your participation. I will definitely have to wrap this up because I gotta get ready for work.
All right, bro. As always, thank you guys. It's always a joy to come over here and parlay with y'all, man. Always a pleasure. Queen, my annoying sister, I love you.
Hold on for
Oh,
a
you ain't
second.
got nothing to say?
I think Queen got work.
Oh.
Yeah, she probably at work.
Yeah.
All right.
She do, man. She work hard. Sometimes she gotta, she probably missed out on a couple of things.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, hold on real quick, bro. What's up, Daryl? How you doing? I'm about to wrap it up in a few seconds, though. So
No. Yeah, I saw you about to wrap it up. Come and kick it with y'all real quick, man. Say what up to y'all. I'm about to go hop on my nigga Mr. Fantastic stream too. He got like 200 or 300 people over there watching right now. But what's going on? What's going on, 84? What y'all talking about tonight, man?
oh man, we was talking about traditional versus modern marriage. I mean,
Oh.
you've been around the chat for a few times though already though. So yeah, that's
No.
pretty much
Y'all good. Y'all good.
Yeah. But yeah, that's all what we was talking about. And our lovely Lady E was the host for tonight. So, Daryl, let me ask you this though.
Yeah.
Just for a minute, right? What you think about like tonight's show with Lady E hosting? We like to kind of see her again, or if there was like some points that maybe you probably want to any type of feedback.
Can I be genuine with y'all, bro? Cause y'all my niggas, right? So I can be like completely genuine and honest. For one, what Queen said earlier, Queen was directly on fucking point. Shout out to Queen. I know she might be working, but she was on point, and she was one of the major people that got me into this show, as y'all already know. But to answer your question directly, bruv, I think that E is dope. I think that what E brings to the table that you guys lack is young, beautiful women on camera. Because listen, I've been following your platform for a long time, bruv, and you know that, right? So I've watched y'all go through the Saira moment, right? Now Saira, she's on cruise season. I'm there every Wednesday. Check us out, 10:30. She's there every Wednesday now. When she was here, she was the young, beautiful, fucking beautiful shape, beautiful body girl who people will come here just to see, right? Same thing with Queen Dime. I miss her all the time, right? Talk to her offline whenever I can. And her energy, that energy to the channel is unlike anything else, right? It's like Queen, but she's also on camera. Also, she's younger, so she can attract the younger crowd. I think that adding Lady E to the channel is exactly what y'all need, because I'm gonna tell you what.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep it being with you, and y'all know this. There are enough spaces where the men just say what the fuck they want to say, right? Spaces that, again, if we're being honest, because I tried to be honest with some other YouTubers and they got offended, but I know I can be honest with y'all. These spaces bring in more incels or more men, whatever you want to call them. And the reason why it is because they shame women in those spaces. Y'all don't do that here. Y'all give constructive ideas, constructive criticisms, constructive solutions. Y'all don't say, 84, when the last time you called a black woman a bitch on your stream?
That's never happened.
And 3, when was the last time you told men that despite the amount of money they make, they should be able to go get any fucking woman that they want and make her submit? When the last time you told men that?
Shit, I don't even remember, because I would say never. That would be unrealistic.
Exactly. But we have so many men that are telling people this. They tell people that all the time. And in these spaces, bro, I know this because I'm setting up an actual stream, no StreamYard, no nothing, where we're gonna have 4 women in my apartment and 4 men, right? And it's gonna be all younger people, 35, etc., and younger, educated, college graduated. Some are Greek, some are not. But the whole point is this: we know it's gonna do numbers because people want to see real conversations. They want to see people on camera. They want to see your real life results. Your life speaks for itself. Right. So I think adding Lady E, it shows the crowd and new people who are watching. This is not just a show about a whole bunch of old niggas talking about dating. Right. This is a show where women can come and have their voices uplifted, heard, right? Like Queen just did, like Lady Lola will against Ali. That's tomorrow, right? or
Oh
next.
yeah. That's
You know
gonna
what I'm
be
saying?
yeah. The
So
replay of
y'all,
it.
I like that. Lola is also a beautiful girl. So to me, add more beautiful faces that have the capacity to have a conversation. And I think that's good, man. You know what I'm saying? Even if she wasn't beautiful, right? Look at Auntie J. She's somebody who is not deemed beautiful, but people love talking to her on panels. So it is what it is. But if y'all didn't add her, I'd be concerned, man. I'd be concerned.
Let me cook this real quick. In three, I got this. Well, as far as Lady E, she brought the idea to me as far as her wanting to do the subject matter on our panel. You know what I mean? And I'm definitely grateful that she brought the idea to me. She could have went anywhere else, but she wanted to do it here, and I definitely appreciate that. And her choice to be more of a content creator is definitely her choice. You know what I mean? That'll be her choice. You know what I mean? As far as the aforementioned names, and I'm not going to repeat the people that you mentioned, I'll just say this: they all had the opportunity to do what they had to do. They decided what they have to do, and we're going to hold them to that choice. You know what I mean? And and that's what it is. We have no hate, no love lost, no love gained. But people make their choices. And once they make their choices, it is what it is. But we gave everybody, and my whole team is up here so they can tell you, we gave everybody a chance, to create and to do things a certain way. Created intros, outros, we created thumbnails, we created all that. So nobody can ever step in a space and say, well, the non-relationship team, they never gave us a fair chance, or they never did this for us, they never did that for us.
See, Best, Best being real humble right now. So let me not be humble for Best. Y'all made some of these niggas. Can we just say that? I know y'all niggas is real humble over there. So let me say it for y'all niggas.
I'll let Eddie speak on that one. He'll probably be
y'all
more.
Literally made.
Why I gotta speak on that, man? Why?
You don't really care. You'll just say whatever.
I'm not gonna say no names on that. But we know y'all made some women in these spaces. They wouldn't. Some of these women that's on these different programs. They wouldn't have even been seen if it wasn't for y'all. Some of the men in these spaces that have clout but not really doing views, they wouldn't be even seen if it wasn't for y'all. That's a fact. And I'm not saying that to diss them. I'm saying that y'all channel have more eyes than theirs do. Y'all more active, more videos, more clips, more active on social media. Fucking M3 play video games on Twitch too. Y'all hitting different audiences. And I watch everything, as y'all already know. So I see shit. I peep everything. So when y'all added Lady E tonight, I would love to see y'all get somebody like Sheree B Chicago in here too. Right? Somebody who's authentic. And let me say this too. You can't come at Sheree with the talking points of not being in shape. The girl work out all the time. One of her partners work out. They twerk and shit. They do little carnival dances. Them girls is fine. You feel me? So having conversations with them and then ask them, how is the real dating market? Not the what niggas saying online. How do you really move in real life? And that's the conversations that I'm looking forward to having in 2023 with women and with with men. I've kind of outgrown the hurt conversations. This person did this or they like that. That's I'll let those guys have those conversations. I want to more have genuine, realistic conversations like the type of shit 84 be talking about. Those be real nigga, down to earth, realistic conversations without expectations that's really on some bullshit, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, and I think that's why also, why I miss, QB, you know what I'm saying, a lot. Wrestling having a QB because the content that she brought and the realism that she brought to it, the servitude that she brought to it, just the overall, and I mean, she just cared for every single last one of us, and she cared for everybody who wanted to be a part of the space and who wanted to actually be in the space, and she welcomed every point of view possible, you know what I'm saying? And even at times when those point of views challenged her, she still welcomed them in, you know what I'm saying? And that was big, you know what I mean? Because a lot of times women, they'll if they get a little bit challenged or, you know what I mean? And I'm saying most women, because most women are like that. They get a little bit challenged or they feel a little flustered or whatever, they usually just give up. But nah, man, QB wasn't like that, man. She she would fight through it. She would be like, nah, I need to hear so and so speak. I need to hear this dude speak. I need to hear this woman speak. Like they could bring something to the table that I don't have. As far as us making people, I mean, I don't, you know, I'll say this, right? At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? This is, you know, YouTube is a free space, and I've learned that it has to be a free space. You know what I mean? Do I feel like we've aided a lot of people? Yeah. You know what I mean? Rico actually gave us a shout out on Bro Clemens' channel about that. Like, we've aided a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? We've aided a lot of people to be in the space, to do certain things. You know what I'm saying? You know, I do feel like we are the fathers of a lot of people content. You know what I mean? And I definitely want my goddamn Father's Day gifts too this year. You know what I mean? I'm gonna start checking people. No, I'm joking, but
So you still being humble though. You still being humble, 84.
I know, but let me finish, D. Let me finish. At the end of the day, you know, I do feel like I said, we are the fathers of a lot of people's content. I do feel like we like the Robert Townsend and you know, and what's the other brother name? The Keena Ivory Waynes of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really feel that. You know what I mean? Hey, shout out to the Twitch game. I would came up and show mine, but you know, I don't go on camera. Now, with that being said, and I barely play that thing too. I got to start getting on there, but I barely play it. You know, Queen kind of knows more about that than I do. But at the end of the day, you know, that's just how I feel about it, man. Like, you know, we helped a lot of people with content. They decided to do what they wanted to do, and that's their choice now. You know what I mean? But you can speak on your point of view, D. I'm not gonna take away from how you feel. So yeah.
Well, no, let me speak on QueBee first, because QueBee was one of the most sweetest people I've ever met in this space. Not only that, when I would talk to her offline, she was a devoted person to the Black community. When I think about the type of woman that should represent Delta Sigma Theta, QueBee represents that person. QueBee, no matter what the manosphere or men in this space think about women who look like her, who was her size, she adamantly showed her confidence. And I'm telling you, it's men that don't walk around like that.
Yep.
And I respect that. I respect that. Not only did she come and present herself for who she was, and I don't mean no offense to nobody here, but when she showed up on camera, the stream had a different level of class.
Yep.
It's just that simple.
Yeah, yeah.
It had a different level of swag because she showed you who she really was, her real life. So if you want to talk socioeconomics, she can do that. She college graduated, Delta Sigma Theta, and she wasn't paper. She actually pledged. Right? So when I think about QueBee, I just think about somebody who was, even when she got on here and she was talking, she really was trying to solve issues. Exactly, Vaughn. Style and grace. So much grace. That's what I think about when I think about her. As far as everything else that you address about putting people on, you know, listen, 84. Last year, I let a lot of people get away with a lot of shit. This year, I don't do that. This year, that's why I said, can I be perfectly honest with y'all? Right? I don't do like the sugarcoating shit no more. So let me put it in a way that I know that you can understand. Right? When I was on Fight Club a few weeks ago, Anton got into it with his people that was beneath him. He accused them of biting the hand that fed them. He accused them, I put y'all on. Y'all crowd is my crowd. Not even, because he had 1,000 today. Y'all never hit 1,000, which means that it's people still dedicated to him that's not dedicated to y'all. But nevertheless, I gave you a platform, and this is the respect that you show me, or the disrespect, I should say. So when I say y'all put people on, I'm just saying that I've watched people don't have their own channels, or they have their own channels, but it's not popping like yours. They can't get the views, so they come to your channel and they say what they want to say, and y'all allow it. Like I said with the girls, they would never get no exposure if it was for y'all. None. That is a fact. That's not me coming at them. That's a fact, bro. Y'all gotta put them on your shoulders and say, yeah, we did that. We did that. Before y'all exposed us to Sahira, the only thing that Crew Season had over there was B. Taylor. She was the only person that was consistent. Queen Sheba just came because of B. Taylor. And y'all know that's a team. We doing a lot of great things behind the scenes. But at the end of the day, now they got Kayla. Now they got Luck. Now they got motherfucking Sahira, who is, let's be honest, she represents the most submissive single person on that panel. The one that speaks to the type of stuff that men love to hear without flip-flopping or going back and forth, right? Y'all introduced the internet to her. That's all I'm saying. And I think that while we're up here talking about what men deserve the credit where credit is due. And so in 2023, I would say don't let nobody take no credit from y'all, bro. It's not you're not bragging by admitting the work that you put in. That's not bragging. That's why I said y'all humble. Because if it was me, I put you on. You nothing without me. You get what I'm saying? So when I think about like y'all, I really think about that because y'all been rocking with me since the Everything Everyday channel.
Yeah.
Real talk. And I've seen motherfuckers come through and do interviews with y'all, big names. You know what I'm saying? Y'all had Trill in them before they had 50K subs. Now we got 130. Bigger than the Peef. Bigger than any of the black male space in this. Name one that's bigger than Cruise Season. So y'all got to think about that, bro. One of y'all's was so good. And the way that y'all advertised y'all show and that person, that it caught the eyes of the big networks. That's what's in store for y'all. And that's why people fuck with y'all in the spaces, especially me.
And also because I'm here.
Salute, D.
I appreciate it.
I said that earlier, Queen. I think you was gone.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure they know.
What you were saying, Queen, the very first time I came up on this show was, I'm not going to say his name, but the kid from Oakland, he was saying stuff and you was like, you was guilty too. That Daryl might have been guilty, but you was guilty too. And
I remember that episode.
Yeah, up until that point in YouTube, no person had ever said that. They had tried to act like they did stuff behind closed doors, but nobody said it on camera on a live that other people were wrong, right? So I genuinely appreciated that, and since then, that's why I started off. I think you was going to say I really rock with Queen. Even what you said tonight, you was right. At some point, men can't operate in a space of hurt. If I operated with women, like, oh, the girl who hurt me last year, all women are moved like her. All women are like her. And she might not even be that way today. She might have grown. What it does is it hinders me and my ability to love, my ability to grow, my ability to forgive, my ability to accept and progress. And why the fuck would I allow somebody else to have that much power over me? I can't do that. And that's why in 2023, 24, 25, 26, we're going to see these same men talk about the same thing because they're not allowing themselves to heal, let things go, right? And move on to something better. That's just my opinion, at least. That's what I got from what you were saying, Queen.
Yeah, but it's to me, it's nothing wrong with having, and that's one thing. Also, I was thinking about QB the other day. I saw, something that Porch Time with McKinney had. She had a story of QB talking about herself. Is that it's nothing wrong with having a conversation. I don't mind having a conversation, but if we're gonna have the conversation just to dump, trash, and berate each other, it's useless. Have the conversation and let's move forward. And that's the one thing I respect about conversations. It was always, okay, you're right, but how do we get past that? She always followed up with that. How do we move on from that? I have a little sidebar, and then she would do her little, side notes in her last statement. It was always, let's move forward. And I think what really solidified her awesomeness is when her sister came on. Thank you, 84, again, for reaching out to the family and having her come on. And she solidified the greatness her sister did in the community. She solidified her work in the community, her activism, her love, despite her illness. And I think a lot of times You know, when we and I think Robbie had said this on a show before, a different show I saw her on, and she was like, you know, it's really sad when we body shame people, but a lot of it comes from the fact that they got more confidence walking around the way that they are than we do in everything that we are.
Yes.
So what do, if you don't like a thicker person, you don't have to put them down. You don't have to call them fat. You don't have to tell, oh, they eat too much. But you don't have to say anything. That's not what you like, right? It's like you driving by a restaurant and standing outside going, oh, this food is trash. You're gonna look stupid. Just walk by. Don't solicit them, because you might be bringing them more attention and bringing them more people to come in the door.
Queen, may I interject something that I always say, and I have yet to be proven wrong in my opinion. So it's two things that I used to always say. I said black women don't trust black men because of our proven inability to protect, commit, and provide for black women. That's just one opinion. But the other opinion about the submission stuff that you were just talking about, and the stuff about eating at diners and stuff like that, when I think about that, I tell guys this. I say, a lot of y'all don't want the Leslie Jones of the world. She can be this. I don't know if you know who Leslie Jones is, but let's just say she was the Oprah Winfrey of your time, right? She's Oprah Winfrey of our time. She's not a good looker at all, right? But I tell men this: if she was the most submissive thing, if she had everything else, if she cooked your food, folded your clothes, gave you good head, read the Bible with you, everything you wanted and more, but she looked like Leslie Jones, would you accept her? You know what they say, Queen? No. So I really want to do a case study, and I'm putting together a team to help me, right? And we're going to see how many men really, if it's submission that you want, to go get submission, but it's not what these guys want. And that's why we discussed it on Cruise Season. Often B. Taylor and Kayla are used as the example. Kayla being somebody who graduated from Howard University, who make over, I think she said 97,000 herself, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, $100 on a fucking dinner is nothing to her. Trips to Miami, like she said, that's trivial, right? You got to do more to impress a girl like her. So those guys, like you just said, right? They can't get in certain restaurants, but they go outside the restaurant that they don't even like and they fucking yelling. That's how I look at it with these women, right? They go in these spaces and they say, well, why does she want a $30,000 ring? The real question is, if you can't afford that ring or you're not going to provide it, why do you care? That's the real question. Because if those are standards that she have based on a man that she deal with, that's her. But too often I see men saying you should accept less. You should accept less. And truthfully, I don't understand this way of thinking because it's self-detrimental, Queen, in my opinion. I'm going to go after the women that's interested in me. The women that show interest in me, the women that show me choosing signals, I'm going to go after them. Right now, I'm talking to an African girl in East Lansing. I was just in her apartment tonight. How I met her was because she made it very, very, very clear that she was interested. It's really just that simple, though. But had I gone after another woman who I'm not interested in, or I'm not interested in spending as much money as she is saying that it's going to take to court her, why would I keep chasing after her or even speaking on her business? That's how I look at these men conversations, at least.
Well, Daryl, right?
Let me
say this. Wait, hold on, Bess, real quick. So Daryl, like the same way how we talked about, like, you know, like certain women that would be like, oh, height shame, penis shaming, whatever type of shame, right? It's the same thing that we talk about the modern men as well too. You know, in all seriousness, in both categories, they're both delusional because as a man, and this is how you could tell, like this, like a modern man that doesn't really know much of life and probably wasn't really raised by a strong father figure. You look at a woman, you're only solely basing off of her physical looks, but then after that, you know, what's there to it? You're saying, oh, this person's treating you right, or this person actually have love for you. And I know attraction has to be there somehow, but if it's only just purely attraction, that's where most people lose, and then yet you want to complain. Or if modern men are saying like, hey, I want this type of woman, she's gonna be the one for me, but then yet you don't really have nothing going on. I'm talking about men that literally have nothing going on for their life. You may be living under your mama's basement, but you want somebody that's already well established. If you think that a simple game and charm, or maybe your physical attributes, is going to impress her, then you're delusional. And the point is, we just want both sides to see reality. That's pretty much it. And here's the proper solution. Problem solved. Go ahead, Mr. Best.
I don't think that. So D, I agree with you. People should just go to, as a great Bolo said, go to the vibe that attracts your tribe, right? I mean, essentially, I think everybody should do that. You know what I mean? But you know, this is the one thing I do like about what Kevin Samuels did do, right? This is one of the few things I do like, and you know, and I've been watching his content more lately than ever. But one of the things I really like about what Kevin Samuels was talking about is the fact of, you know, when women put these different standards on men, they have to understand that it's going to lessen, you know, the pool of them really finding a real quality husband. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, for women, they do have a timetable, unfortunately, physically, right? They only can make babies until a certain age, you know what I mean? Health-wise, really, to be honest. And, you know what I'm saying? Based on that, it's really based on the fact of them having a family and how long that timetable is for them to have a family, right? And also, I think also for women too, they have to realize that if you're asking for these things that are outside of just the basic things that, you know, both people in my honest estimation have to provide this on different levels, right? Especially if you're gonna have a big family, right? So both are gonna lead at times, both are gonna have to submit at times, both are gonna have to work together as a unit. Because now you have kids, right? So now when you have kids, you got to work together. You know what I mean? Because if you don't, the house is going to be divided. Ultimately, I do believe the man should be the head and should make the final call on things. I do believe that ultimately. But he also has to utilize his wife's strengths. You know what I'm saying? So if he doesn't do that, then the household is going to be even more in disarray. So if your wife is really good at finances, and that's her strength, and let's say she's a financial agent, why would I allow her to do why would I not allow her to do the finances in the house? I could still lead. I could still be, you know, I could still basically make sure those things are taken care of or make sure she's handling those things the right way. But why would I not have her do that if that's really her strength? If she graduated as a financial consultant and she has her degrees and her masters and all that in that, why would I not let her do that? That's her strength. So, you know, I think we have to really look at that. Like, you know, for women, you know, the basic, and it's also for men, right? Like you said, if men really want submission, then, you know, that sister that you named, the Leslie sister, I know you're talking about, I think she was on Saturday Night Live. You know what I mean? If you find a woman that's like that, and maybe she's not so attractive, but if she's providing all those things that you name, you know what I mean? And she's creating a submissive, feminine type of environment in the household. For me as a man, I would definitely take that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what's going to matter at the end of the day. And plus, and this is one thing that both have to factor in. There's one thing I always say, you know what I mean, especially now, people don't think about the fact that you're going to get old. And when you get old, who's going to really be there with you? You know what I mean? Life Jennings has a song about that called Must Be Nice. And he talks about when you get old, who's gonna really be there at when that chrome stops spinning and everything slow down, who's gonna really be there holding on with you? That's what's gonna count. And I don't think men and women are thinking about that. They think we're gonna be always 20 and 30 or even 40s. Or we always gonna be able to hit the gym. And one day you won't be able to. One day somebody's gonna have to help you carry that load, literally and physically. You know what I mean? So what are you gonna do then? So that's what we need to be thinking about, both men and women. So, man, MP, what happened to the music, man? Damn.
Oh, sure. I'm about to wrap this up, but
M3 said he about to get the fuck out of here. But
yeah, I
let me
gotta get
just
ready
say
for
this
work
before we get out of here, because I'm going to get off, man.
for sure.
Best when we was to talk about women or whatever on the back end, or even sometimes on streams, you would talk about like they'd be talking about body types, and I think Queen was talking about Raw B was saying we shouldn't shame. So I remember like we'd be on conversation with King, for example, and they would be talking about big girls or whatever, or plus size women, however you want to describe it. And you would say, or like almost every single time that, man, whatever, man, like those women are great women too. They beautiful too. They sexy too, et cetera, et cetera. See, the problem is a lot of niggas don't think like that. A lot of these niggas would say shit like this. It don't matter if the man's in shape, the girl, she should be in shape. They'll talk about pregnancy and all the rest of this stuff and act like they care about her medical stuff, but they don't. Right? At the end of the day, bro, I see a lot of vanity, right? A lot of vanity. And truthfully, when they say young people don't be, bro, I used to watch Jedi Mike. I said Jedi Mike. Let's keep it a bean, because like I said, I'm keeping it bean all this year. We're not no cap this year, no nothing. The niggas capping, you can't be around me. I said Jedi Mike. First time I met you, it was on Lucky and Lauren show. You was a fucking nerd. You was a goofy. Now you married. You wasn't a Sigma then, but now you a Sigma. So you elevated your life, right? Like let's use you as an example, my brother. You wasn't the same person. We watched you grow. We literally saw it before our own eyes. Now you graduated from college. Now you looking for new careers, and you married a woman who is also a Delta now, who happened to also be a nerd. Not some bad Instagram bitch with the super big booty, with the big titties that everybody on motherfucking YouTube think is fine as fuck. But the one that's good for him. Same thing for JB, right? He didn't marry a big booty, he married a little skinny little girl. But that's what's good for him. The problem is this, bro. Like I said, best when we would talk, you would talk about what was best for you, and it's working for you. See, the problem is the Kevin Samuels and all these YouTube niggas then got niggas trying to be like them, but you're not them. If you want the results Kevin Samuels got, turn on your camera and wear a suit every day. Wear a suit every day, and when people see you in the chat, they want to know how you move. Throw 100 in there. Throw a 50 piece in there. If you want to attract a certain crowd, that's how you do it. But if you're not gonna move like them, if you're not gonna put in the work that LeBron did, that Jordan did, how the fuck you think you're gonna get the results they did? Stupid. That's this community. But see, Best, just like he don't want to admit that he put these niggas on, he's humble still. Yeah, I like the Instagram bitches, man, but them bitches goofy. It's deeper than that. Like he just said, looks, they gonna fade, which is crazy because that's something that men tell women when women weaponize their looks. Well, bitch, you know them looks go fade. You're not gonna always be fine. But then they only go for the fine ones anyway. I don't know what to say, man. It's an oxymoron. It's hypocrisy, and like I said, it's self detriment. You're going to set yourself up for failure over and over and over again. Especially the ones that continue to deal with those type of women with that mentality while they also in pain, unable to let shit go. To Queen point earlier.
All we could do, man, is basically just call it out and do what we need to do. Go ahead, DJ. That came before I close out.
Oh, okay. I'm just tell you what I believe in reality, and I believe in facts, and on the things that's important to us. I believe in that. I don't believe in body shaming. I don't like that. But sometimes, man, I don't really want to get into get into this type of conversation, man, because the things sometimes I say, some people may take it the wrong way, or some people may not take it the wrong way, but I just feel like I don't think I should get in on this topic, man. But I'll just say, everybody should do what they can, man. Do what you can to survive. Do what you can, man. yeah, and that's my take on that, M3, man. I know you got to close out, man. I just want to say thank y'all for reaching out to me. Some of those out there in the chat, and those M3 and Marcus, the rest of y'all for reaching out to me. I've been in the hospital, man. I appreciate that, man. I think about this every day, man. It's been rough, it's been hard, but I'm doing the best I can, to survive. So yeah, go ahead, M3.
All right. We probably might do a future topic about body shaming, just so we could kind of, narrow this down. But for now, man, we'll say to be continued on that one. Yeah. Thank you for tuning in, man, and come up to the panel. You really kind of ended with some good real shit, and I respect you for it. Well, I mean, I always respected you anyway, but likewise, man. Thank you for, just keeping a buck bean.
Yeah, always, man. I'm gonna hit the chat now. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good closing out, brothers.
Have a good day, man.
All right, for sure, man.
All right, salute.
All right, salute everybody. Everybody, thank you for tuning in. All right, and we about to play the outro. So, bro's tired. Peace.
Knowledge and relationships